There we go. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh, and tomorrow, or was it tomorrow? No, it's Friday. Friday has the... I forgot how loud this game is. It's probably the thing I forget most is how much this game is deciding to attack my eardrums. I had the TV turned up for... I had the TV I play the games through, it was up a little bit more than I expected. That's fine. I love this font because it's damn near unreadable, but I like it a lot. It is very fancy. I don't know why, but I just like that the capital F and all of the letters in the part of the word that says bound are just completely illegible. It's amazing. It is still my favorite thing. All right, load successful, very cool. But Friday there's a Nintendo Direct. I'm quite intrigued. It says it's going to be an hour long, so there's a lot of room for speculation, I find. Am I going to speculate? Probably not, actually. And it's not even because I don't want to, it's just that I feel like I'm going to get it entirely wrong. Like, I'll take guesses and then it'll be like half of it's not even stuff I know about, you know? So I'm kind of guessing that it's going to be a lot of interesting... It's going to be a lot of interesting announcements, but I'm not sure what to think, you know? Okay, I need to pull up that guide again for the monsters, because I genuinely am going to forget. The only downside right now is that it doesn't say... Alright, question, does it say... Swap mode? I don't know what swap mode is, but I do not know. Let's see, Yu-Gi-Oh! Falsebound, monsters... I've been using the speedrun information, because that seems to be easier. At least it seems to be. Okay, the only other thing I'm a little concerned with is that... I forget what mission this name is. Let's see. I have to look. Because I forgot. I just straight up forget. Let's see. The last one we did, we got Summon Skull. That's right. I think that's the one we did last. Air Shrine until you... Yep, okay. I'm gonna multiply. Crucial Battle. Nope, we did that one. Give Joey a fast mon. Flame Swordsman is slow AF. That's fair. Let's see. Mission 8, Baby Dragon. So take Joey to the edge of the mountains southwest of Bazon, wherever that is. Okay. It does seem like swapping the leader on this is a good idea, so we might need to move some stuff around. Let's see. I think what we would want to do is make... I think I would want to make... Maybe Beast of Guilford could be the leader? Seems like his speed is okay, maybe? At least I think so. It might be a very bad idea to make Beast of Guilford the leader then, but let's try it. I think I'm gonna try that and see how it works. So let's see, where's Beast of Guilford again? I have to remember where he is. There he is. We'll make Beast of Guilford the leader, and we'll put Flame Swordsman on the team. It recommends Karibo for movement, but I don't feel like doing that, to be honest. I don't... As much as I like Karibo, I don't know if I want to do that. Let's see. So, we need to... Let's see. Send Joey to Baby Dragon and back ASAP. Okay. That's funny. Okay, so we're good. I'll save my game, and then we'll go start the mission. I think that'll be a wise decision. Yeah, I've been really cracking on iteration on the game on Madman's Dice, because I've been very rapidly making big jumps in things before the release day, and it's looking really cool. The big thing is that a bunch of the writing is being handled. Oh, it's this guy. Gave a pretty good run. Oh, there she is. No left to run. There's Taya. Lord Yugi, Scott's units are almost here. If they get here, we've had it. Once we rescue Miss Taya, we need to break through the enemy line. Move our entire force into the Craw Valley. All teams enter Craw Valley. Yugi's forces free Vrauzon. Taya's team retreats. Yugi's team retreats. Craw Valley falls to the enemy. Okay. Back it up. Uh-oh. I did not get a chance to even get her out of there. I was trying to get out of there and I couldn't move. Uh-oh. I don't even know where everybody is on the current teams. At least Taya has a good team to start with. He's actually pretty solid, from what I can see. Let's see. Hard target, one at a time, as usual. Oh, that's a pretty cool version of that other beam attack. I think Dark Magician has the same animation, but at least the attack effects animation. Yeah, they're all using the same beam attack, but it looks pretty good. It's nice that they made a way to recolor it a bunch of ways. I feel like that's kind of the easiest animation to do in a game, is if you can make something that can be recolored, where you can apply color data to a base sprite or like animation. It looks really nice. Also, Naroctum, you got first. How's it going today? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think that it's one of the easiest things to do, but I don't think it ever stops being cool. It's kind of the thing I was sad that they never did in Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. They never did that, where you could just color a Kamehameha or something. You know, just custom color a Kamehameha. That was one of those things I always wanted in that game. We never got it. Always made me a little sad, because I always thought it'd be the coolest thing ever. Because the thing I just wanted like an orange Kamehameha. That's all I really wanted. Well, and I wanted a purple one when I was still playing, which is basically Gallic Gun, but that's unfair to Gallic Gun. It's kind of like you want the hand motions of Kamehameha, but you want it to be purple. Because you don't want... It's like, you're not going to call Gallic Gun purple Kamehameha, because that's just rude. It's rude. Trying to get stream to work right at the moment. Don't know what's going on, though. Is it... I don't know. Is it... I don't think... I'll check on my end if it's doing anything, but... I don't know if it's doing anything funky. Problem is that it always looks fine on my end, and then I have to go check, but let me go look. Yeah, it looks... Yeah, video looks okay. Yeah, it looks fine. Might be a connection thing. I do not know. I've found that some times of day, especially when like the internet's traffic is picking up a lot, I find that it does get a little bit wiry sometimes. Some of that just depends on time of day. Some of it's also just, at least to my eye, I think if the internet has a particular explosive day, it can be kind of crazy to sign into things, like for connections to stay on. At least it's how I find it. I don't know. I don't know if that's 100% true, but it does feel like it sometimes. I don't know why, but this guy having 2 birds and then a random dragon just kind of feels weird. Doesn't quite seem right. What just happened? Oh, he fused! Oh my god, he fused. Interesting. I didn't know he could do that. I guess that makes sense because it is a monster that can fuse, but this is really bad, actually. I should probably just escape then, because this is actually getting bad. Yeah, Taya's getting dropped right now, and I did not even get a chance to move. The weirdest thing is I didn't even get a chance to... I didn't even get the chance to get myself... Well, not only just a turn, but... Okay, never mind. Taya's dead. How was I supposed to expect that? Usually catch you while it works, it's nice to behave funky. Ah, yeah. That's true. I think this guy just OTK'd Taya. Which I'm guessing is the point. I'm guessing the whole point of this is to teach you not to wait in this mission, but... This is... If I lose because of this, that's gonna be really stupid. Because I didn't even get a chance to move properly. Yeah, Taya's dead, so I think I just lose the mission. I think I just straight up lose the mission. Unless I'm mistaken. I think I just lose. Because I didn't even get the chance to, like... Because I think Taya's supposed to survive this, so... Yep. Oh, well, you cannot win. This is the end of the road for you. Okay, so Taya's dead. I got 5 seconds into the mission. Well, 5 minutes. I got 5 minutes into the mission, and I didn't even get the chance to do anything. That is actually crazy. Okay. Okay, then I have to just directly I have to pull her out of there as soon as this starts. Okay. Get moving. Get out of here. Where? Oh, that's why. She's way over here. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. That's... How am I supposed to even deal with that? How am I supposed to get out of here? Like, I don't even get the chance to try and apply a team, or like, to send out my other units. Yeah, I haven't even gotten the chance to dip. Like, the game straight up says, okay, Taya's gonna die immediately. Like, how the heck are you supposed to survive this? Because I don't even get the chance to... Like, why? What's the point of that? Because it feels a lot like I'm supposed to... It feels like I'm supposed to be able to deal with the enemy, but I can't escape them, so how am I supposed to... How am I supposed to get Taya out of danger's way, and then be able to get everybody else in the fight? Because we haven't even started, and we're dealing with all this. Because I didn't even get the chance to send out the other teams, because they're all surrounding Taya from the start. So I feel like this particular mission feels a bit. This feels a bit silly. I guess come to think of it, they probably could just start her in the fort, and that would have been better, because she would at least have the defense buff, you know. Because that's manageable, right? But I have to fight and win here because I know that if I run, then I'm gonna get caught again. So it doesn't matter. Okay, hopefully we can actually stop the fusion this time. I think that's the goal right now, just stop them from fusing, and that's all we need. Because if they don't get a chance to fuse, then we're fine. Because I don't think that Yada and Winged Dragon can fuse. I think that's just it. And then this rat is using healing items. God dang it. I feel like I need a lucky crit or something. I'm not healing right now because I don't think it'll be worth it. Yeah, he's just going... He's going kind of crazy with the attacks right now. Oh boy. This is a weird start to stream. 5 minutes in, lose a mission because I get instant downed. 5 minutes later, fighting for my life already. Normally it takes at least a little while before I have to begin actively fighting for my life in these games, but apparently today I'm just getting cooked. That's okay. We'll make it work. It'll be fine. Okay, still not a knockout. That sucks. God dang it. Okay. This should do it. Yada still has 2 moves left, but since he doesn't have fusion anymore, it doesn't matter. Okay, you know what I could do actually is blue medicine. Yeah, blue medicine. I just recognized the one on the left, the green-haired one. I didn't recognize her at first because she doesn't look close to her card, but she's the monster you get in the starter deck Kaiba back in the day. There's not a whole lot of card art information about her, or the rest of her appearance, so I guess that's how they filled it in. That's kind of funny. I guess when you don't have so much card art to work with, it's a little bit different an experience to make a character model. Oh my god, I just realized how bad the rest of her team actually sucks. Oh no. Okay. Get in the fort. Get in the fort. Okay, Bazon. Okay, now team command. Taya, get out of there. Oh my god. Okay, so that's Bazon. I straight up forget. You know what's funny is it says here that send Joey to Baby Dragon and back ASAP. Build cannon at base while waiting. And I'm like, what do you mean waiting? How do you mean waiting? Wait, special. Screen missed. Oh. Okay, that actually... Oh, I applied blindness. Oh. I see. Okay. So that does change a lot of things. Because I didn't really realize I had a special move. Which I guess, to be fair, it wasn't my first thought that I would have a special move in the first place, so... I feel like this mission almost feels like it's supposed to be the... It's supposed to be the crucible that makes you into like a cracked player. But I don't know. Also, what was the point of that blindness stuff if it does nothing? Actually useless. What the heck? So it blinds them, but if it doesn't keep them blind, what's the point? It kind of feels like if you're gonna blind an enemy, it should last a turn, you know? Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. Okay, hopefully we can deal some damage. We haven't even... It's the fact that we haven't even started yet. That's what gets me. Is that it feels like we haven't even started the actual mission. It's just that we've just been trying to get our footing. For some reason it reminds me of... I'm thinking of Age of Mythology. If you ever play against the computer-controlled Poseidon, because there's the 3 gods per pantheon, and Poseidon's one of the major ones in Age of Mythology for the Greek faction. And if you ever have to deal with Poseidon as an AI player in that game, it is the most annoying thing ever because you can never get your footing if you don't build walls. Because he just constantly sends little dudes with spears to pester you at every turn. Made worse by the fact that he'll also send those same dudes pop out of every single building that ever gets destroyed when you attack him. So it's just a million little dudes, and it's so hard to keep a advantage in those battles. It's very strange, and I don't know what the deal is. Okay. Can I get like 2 seconds to send somebody here, or something? Okay. No, I don't. Oh my god. Why? I am not getting any time at all to catch up. I have not gotten a single chance to try and catch back up. Okay, I'm gonna start attacking Yada, because I think if I destroy his best monster, then well, okay, that's fine. If we can destroy his best monster, then we'll be fine. Because then Winged Dragon is good, but it's not that good. Also, it might stop him from attacking with Winged Dragon if I deal enough damage to Yada. Because then he won't have... He'll be pressured to heal instead. Which means only one is attacking. We'll see if that even works, though. I feel like this AI will make the weird... Yeah, okay, they're making good decisions. This is fine. Okay. I'll guard with her, and then item... Blue medicine. We could do that, and then... That should keep her safe for another turn. I guess another thing I don't know is I don't actually know all of the fusion and special charts. So I don't actually know what it all takes to make particular characters. We keep attacking. I think if we just keep swinging, we'll just win at some point. It sounds very stupid, but it's basically the plan we have here. We don't exactly have a better plan. It's just kind of win. It does feel like, though, that if Taya... Since we don't have Taya leveled up, she's going to be on a timer the entire time, which kind of sucks for us because it means that we don't have the ability, we don't have the means to actually keep her safe, and we might end up losing the mission a bunch of times just because she's not strong enough to handle it. And that's just because how am I supposed to get stronger without time? Okay. We win this one, which is very silly because we get nothing for this. Okay. Am I able to send somebody over? Can I get somebody moving? That's all I want. Okay. Stop. Tristan. No, over. Oh my god, I forgot that icon mode just sucks for sending people around. Oh no. Alright, Berthamit. Oh, these guys, okay, I see now what the theme here is that they're introducing fusion. They're introducing different fusions. Because I see now that both of the teams we fought so far, both of them have the potential to make fusion monsters. And I'm guessing the whole point is that you're supposed to learn about fusions at this point. I don't know if you're supposed to be able to make fusions, but I do see that it is definitely reasonable to assume that they expect you to see a fusion in these fights. Oh my god. That is an attack animation. Okay, thankfully they are whiffing, so that's good. Okay, I am going to special really quick and hit them with the blindness. Okay. I would also posit a guess that they give you this blindness ability with Taya so that you can debuff enemies during this fight, specifically for this reasoning. Because it definitely feels like they expect you to deal with this a lot, where you have to claw your way out of this stuff with Taya every time. Okay, I think as long as I can get Tristan or somebody to get over here, it'll be fine. It said that we have to get all teams to the Craw Valley, which that's fine. But it does mean that we have to actually move everybody at some point. And we just haven't had the ability to get there yet. Because moving everybody is not high on the priority list right now. Mainly because I don't even get the chance to do so, but, you know. I think that is the thing that's kind of getting to me now with this mission. We're 20 minutes in, and I'm just thinking, we haven't even had the chance to move anything yet. Because normally we at least get a moment to start. And since we haven't yet, it's a little difficult. Because we haven't even had the chance to figure out how we're gonna take on this fight. We really are just fighting for our lives out here. And unfortunately, we don't really have a choice when it comes to like how quickly we get to do this. Because it is gonna be a little slow the whole time. I'm curious how speedrunners maneuver this, because I do not know how you're supposed to move fast enough to get somebody out there. Alrighty. Do I even get a moment? Oh my god, I didn't even get a second to try and access the menus. My goodness. I don't even get a chance to access anything. It's just instantly, okay, we're starting. Okay, hit him with the special first, because we need to take less hits. We just genuinely need to be taking less damage. Okay. We're gonna heal again. I think as long as we outlast the opponents, we're fine, but I'm seriously curious how they expect you to do this. I'm really wondering how they expect you to handle this particular mission, because it feels like we have been in battle the entire time. Just straight up. It feels like we've been in a fight the entire time we've started this mission. I guess it's the difference when you're on the defense against when you're on the offense, because when you're on the defense, it is probably expected that you're going to be fighting just an obscene amount because you're dealing with enemy after enemy after enemy. Whereas with the offense, you can pace yourself a little bit because you're moving in position by position. But man, holy crap. We have been fighting for our lives out here. Okay. And of course this dork uses red medicine. I guess it's one thing that's also kind of frustrating is we don't even have medicine here. We have blue medicine and that's it. We don't actually get the choice or the chance to get other items for Taya. Which means we don't have the ability to, you know, give her any Monster Reborns or any additional medicine. Because this particular monster doesn't even come with a healing item. We don't even get to start with a healing item on tap. We just get 2 sets of blue medicine. Which means if we lose any monsters, it means that we didn't heal properly. Which sucks. It kind of sucks for us because it means that if we play poorly, we just get cooked. Actually, come to think of it, just one unlucky crit and we have a problem. Because if we get crit at all, we basically kick the first domino to death. We're gonna see this animation a lot, I can tell. Okay. Well, the big lady gets to have big damage. Very cool. So we get another level up for her, I think. Okay. I guess the other thing I could do is if I could start building cannons at this particular fort, that would be nice. But I haven't even gotten the chance to do a thing. Oh my god. I haven't had a singular moment where I have not been fighting to be able to handle anything. All I want is to get an item or something. Or at least go call freaking Yugi or something. We haven't even gotten to move our teams. Also, why do we only get 4? I feel like this mission isn't made any easier because we have more. And if the implication is that it's that we don't have them available, I don't know how to feel about that. What do I know, frankly? Yeah, this fight is also just feeling genuinely... It's just because we've been in battle the whole time and I haven't had any chances to strategize. I think that's what's kind of getting to me. Oh my god, he polymerizationed. Okay, well that's actually really awful for us, because Chimera's actually scary. Because Chimera is genuinely problematic, because that thing is actually a... Like, look how many stars it has, look how much HP it has. That's actually nuts. Okay. I think the plan is to... Part of me wants to hard focus the witch, so because she has no more actions and she can't guard, which means we can get rid of her, and that means that he's only left with Chimera, which is fine. Granted, it does suck because it means that Chimera's on the field, but I don't think I have the I don't know. I don't think I have the strength to deal with Chimera, but I could also just start attacking it and see what happens. I don't know. How much damage do I do? Is it like single digits? Okay, no, that's not too bad. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. We could reasonably do big damage to Chimera as long as we don't low roll. That is something I have noticed, is that there is a slight variance in the damage. And mathematically, I don't know what the percentage is, but it does seem to be some percentage of the damage, plus or minus, essentially. So it has some sort of range, which is cool. I think that's nice. Not wholly, in my mind, it's not wholly necessary, but it's nice. I think damage rolls are nice just because, I think they're nice because it means that there's a bit of RNG that can play for or against you. And that's friendlier to newer players. The thing that I think most game designers really don't like is that, and it's something that affects, I think, higher level play more than it does anything else, is that RNG is the equalizer. It's supposed to be the thing that allows players of any skill level to have a catch-up or to have some sort of lucky break. And it turns luck into a factor rather than making it a non-issue. And I think that to me, it's a poor choice to fully ignore what luck means to a game. Because I've played games where they strip out all the luck and make it pure skill, and it is very beginner hostile. Okay, I had a moment and I just didn't have I didn't even think. I couldn't think. I was staring at the menu and I just didn't have time to move. I didn't have time to mentally project what I wanted to do. Oh jeez. But yeah, I think RNG is one of those things that for players who want to make skill the big hoist of the game, it can be very annoying. But even in I think the games that are affected the most by RNG in the weirdest way is trading card games. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic have the funniest relationship with it, because I don't think there's a such thing as a deck that has no bad hands when it comes to a starting hand. And it's more so when you play at lower levels that you can just brick, have nothing, but it can happen at any level of play where you just end up with nothing you can do. And it frustrates me to no end when I see a card game try to maneuver away from luck being a factor. I think too many searching cards in a game can be very annoying, but I get why they exist. I run a bunch of them. It's good. Alright, gotta breathe at the moment. Alright, Narocton, let's see. I'm doing alright for the most part. Had to order my night meds for delivery today because I tried to get a ride earlier that fell through. Oh, I see. And Sunday, the Chaos member finally got to try Faust. Oh, very good. You say try, and that just tells me that I'm guessing that it was not a, I don't know if it would, I guess try sounds like that the fight did not end in a one-shot victory, but that's also ads. Oh, I see. Blech. I'll have to have to remember. I have to remember such things. That's good. Alright, let's see. I pressed the wrong button. You know what? I don't get to mash the button very often, but it's just, I like that you can mash the button and get the sound a bunch. Just I don't know, it makes me happy that I like it when games allow you to mash a button and do something stupid. I don't know, it's very silly. But it is fun. Okay. We have not gotten to move at all. Hopefully... Okay, where is Tristan? I just realized, it says he's sent over, but I don't know where he is. Good lord. Well, at least Taya's gonna be very strong by the end of all this. My goodness. She is getting a lot of leveling from just being here, so that's good. I guess in a silly way, this is probably the best way possible for us to guarantee that we get to have a party member join with a bunch of levels. Because Mako doesn't have anything, and this is an easy way for us to avoid that problem. But it also means that we have to claw our way out of this. We have to just get ourselves out of here as fast as we can. Okay, her breaking out of that is a little worrying, because now she doesn't have the... Oh no, she has the status still, never mind. I was worried for a second there that she lost the status. Yeah, they definitely give you this status ailment with Taya on purpose. This is definitely... We tried doing this without her team having this, and it sucked. Granted, this still kind of... This is definitely not my favorite mission so far. I feel like this mission has definitely been my least favorite. And that's just because it's difficult to sit here and do 100 battles without being able to take a moment and look at the map. Because I don't even know what we're looking at map-wise anymore. Alright, we're back. We're back from ads. But I see that the Chaos member tried Faust. I hope that they're having fun with it. I did not get around to Faust and Dragoon. But I'm guessing by the terminology of tried tells me that they probably didn't beat him first go. Yeah, this week's been busy. This week's been very busy. Okay, that amount of HP is very worrying. I might need to... Do I have any more healing items? I do. Okay, that's good. Thank goodness. I could probably spend the rest of this battle healing, rather than... Because then I don't have to worry so much when I go into the next fight. We'll just do that. Probably the best decision we can make right now is just heal. Okay. Okay, can I actually move it? Can I move a character now? Okay. The moment I get a chance. Okay, good. Okay. Where? Where is he going? Oh my god. I haven't had the chance to do anything with the rest of my team. Ah. Oh, that's funny. So because interesting. Okay. They fused, so the damage was split between Baphomet and Chimera, but because Chimera had low enough HP, he didn't actually survive fusion. Because this is the guy who fused Baphomet and Chimera, so his Chimera's dead. So he only got to use fusion one time, so that's actually good. That definitely makes our job easier. Because now we have one less to deal with, and we don't actually have to deal with finishing up Chimera. That's good to know though, that fusion splits the HP in a way. Or at least it tries to. Seems like what they did was they kept the stronger of the two monsters and the other one got just absorbed. Because he did lose basically all of his HP. Half his stream was 5 optional bosses, and the rest was Faust out of a 6 to 7 hour stream. God. Described Faust as like a Dark Souls boss. He was glad. He was also glad that I asked him to work on so much on Miranda earlier. Well, that's good. Sounds like they're having fun over there, so that's good. I feel like when it comes to optional content in games, if you're not having fun chasing it, I feel like that's when it's kind of sad. So it's really good when the optional content is not just fun, but it's directly engaging. And it sounds like they're having a great time, so... I mean, I had fun doing the stuff in Dragoon anyway, so... I can only guess that the side content's just as good. Because we missed some of it, but I think that's just... But we did good. We did pretty solid. And it was fun. I think that's the key. It's like, if it's fun, then where's the worry, right? And I think that is something I have found with certain games that I can't really abide by, is that if I'm not having fun, I don't stick around, because if I'm not enjoying myself, then, you know, it's like, well, the point of a game is to have fun. It's nice when you do good, you know, winning is part of it, but the victory is not the thing I go to play. Like, I go to play Magic the Gathering, or I play Yu-Gi-Oh, or I play any game, really. It's like, victory is nice, I do want to win, but it's not like victory is the only qualifying factor to me enjoying myself. Because that's not all there is to it. Some of it's... I think a lot of it is the learning process. I am still of the mind that the learning process itself is very fun for people. It's just that when people hear learning, they think school. So they presume that learning is going to be an upsetting process because it's uncomfortable. And taking in new knowledge is always a bit of a, you know, it's growing. It's supposed to be a bit uncomfortable, but I find that more people enjoy learning than they know. Because there are a lot of people who actually do have fun learning or partaking in the learning process. It's just a matter of finding what they enjoy getting into. And with gaming, it's really easy to engage with that because people love to learn when it comes to games. He beat Faust, punched out with Dart's attack. Oh, I see. Was glad that Miranda had such awesome healing revives. I feel like Miranda's revives are what makes her so, like, that character is so good with that. That is very good. Let's see. Guess just keep tackling Burr from it. That's really good though. I'm surprised he beat Faust. That's good. Then again, it's like if he was streaming for like 6 to 7 hours, that's like, okay, yeah. I guess it's one thing that is a bit difficult for me at times is that since I play streams that are relatively short in comparison, it is probably why I try to make the most efficient use of my time when I'm playing games. Which means that I end up going through a lot, but I also have to. It also means that sometimes I miss things. So it's nice when you have that much time. Sometimes it's also an energy thing. Finally had to ask me for help. Ah, I see. I know one aspect I ignore is that I know that if I ran longer streams or more often, or streamed more often, I would probably finish games faster and have more time for side content, but I know that that's a consequence of me being part-time with this stuff. Because I have learned that if I tried to work on full-time projects and streamed multiple nights a week, I would not be a very healthy human being. I already am feeling a bit of the crunch from my game dev stuff this last month. So I've been trying to be more careful because I don't want to burn out, or like right near the end too. But I recognize that with streaming especially, my voice really can't handle more than 3 nights a week. I have learned. But it's fun when you get to all that side content. It's also why I try to make grinding a side thing, if I can help it. Okay, my god. I have not had a single chance to do anything. I just want to send somebody here. I've gotten no chances. Oh boy. Okay. I think we go for Dark Elf because she's the one who does more damage of the two. So we target the one who does more damage and we'll be fine. Yeah, I know that with Tales of the Abyss, I really needed some help with the particular super boss. To unlock her, you have to do so much travel to very specific locations at specific times. It is insanely hard to find if you have no idea what you're looking for. Oh god. You know for a fact that by the time we're done with all this, Taya's going to be an actual monster. Faust magic though, you're lucky if you survive the pellet item, he's that strong. Oh, I see. His stat line must look crazy. You know, you make the bar graph of what his stats are, and it just looks like a it looks like a mountain range. Absolutely crazy. Alrighty. She's almost down. Almost got her. For victory! For victory! Did nothing. Okay, hopefully, if we can take this one down, then this team will be down to 1 monster. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that's fine. Honestly, that's fine, but... okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, some enemies, their attacks hit hard enough that you have to be super worried. I know one of the ones I've been thinking about is... I still haven't gotten around to SMT Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance's super bosses again, because I've been busy, so it's been hard for me to get around to that stuff, but also because, man, that stuff is just pain. Magic attack defense 140 over 200. You know what? I had to reframe my brain to the stats of that game so I could think about how bad that is. Yeah, that's actually... In terms of that game, those numbers are diabolical. I keep almost getting to the menu to send Tristan over, and I just barely keep missing. Unironically, I just barely keep missing my chance. Okay. Hopefully one volley from the team will finish the job. That'd be nice. It was. He didn't even get the third attack, so that's good. Okay. Okay. This is so stupid. Can I please have a crumb of a chance to do something? Okay, thank goodness. Okay, there, go. Oh my god, finally. We finally were able to send somebody out. That took so long. It took us that long just to send Tristan over here. It took us that long just to... And he's not even going to be there soon. He's going to be walking there for a good couple minutes. Man is going to be... He's going to get there, like, express delivery in 10 days. Oh, boy. So, I started watching a franchise of horror movies that I've never actually seen before. Because, you know, Tuesdays I watch horror movies with a friend of mine. Remember the house enemy in FF9 with the cannon auto counterattack? Yes. I do remember that. I don't like it, but I remember it. Because it does exactly half your HP every time. And I don't like that. It bothers me. But, I've started watching the VHS franchise. Like, as in the name of the movies is VHS, not a set of movies that are on tapes. But basically, I've started watching the VHS horror movies. And we started with 2 because 1 was kind of too... It was too lewd for me and my friends because we're not really... It's kind of like gratuitous material of that kind isn't really fun for either of us. And it's not really interesting either. But VHS 2 is a great movie to start on. It's actually really good. It's got some great practical effects to start. And the movie's really... The last short they have, because each VHS movie is basically a collection of shorts all stacked together. And the last one is this one with an alien invasion, and it's the most distressing one in the collection. Just because, holy crap, the dog. I feel like anytime there's a dog in a horror movie, it's like, Let's see, Faust does the same, but instead of cannon, he throws an item, but of the same element that triggered the counter. Ah, I see, okay. That sounds like pain, but I also think it's funny that his first instinct is to throw rocks at people. Faust really is just that kind of guy. Somebody comes in and throws an attack at him, and his first instinct is to start throwing stuff at people. I get that. It's more fun to throw stuff at people than it is to work the muscles. In a more traditional sense. Like, just hit him with a trash can, it'll be fun. Though, yeah. But I watched VHS 2 and VHS Viral. Viral wasn't as good, but it was fun. Yeah. Watching horror movies on Tuesdays has been very inspirational for me. And with the particular format of the game I'm working on, it's actually really important because the VHS franchise is basically movie shorts all stapled together with a through line. But it worked out. It was interesting seeing how those movies work. Because it's similar to how my game's organized. Because there's the through line, sure, but there's also the collection of stories aspect to it. Let's see, not rocks, but burnout, frozen jet, or similar. Well, I mean, it's like you said that he throws the pellet item. So I'm just imagining he's kind of like, you know how people throw, they spin rocks? I'm imagining that Faust, every time he gets attacked, he like whips his arm back like he's about to try and do the skipping rocks across the water. And he's gonna hit them with the most diabolical spin on it. It's like watching a professional baseball player throw like a curveball. Just, it looks the most insane thing ever. I don't know. I think I'm imposing more personality onto Faust than I know. But I don't know. He's a freaking wizard. So it's just funny for me to consider that his method of magic is just chucking rocks at people that explode. It's like he throws a rock and it explodes with fire, you know, it does the burnout thing, or... That's just the visual I have in my mind is this, like... I'm thinking of the wizard from Wizards and Warriors now. I'm just imagining him with his arm wound back like that meme with the dude about to punch the crap out of you. But it's just him holding a rock or something, like a magic, like a glowing rock. That's the image I have in my head right now. I know it's not accurate, but... Oh yeah, Burnout and Dart, Frozen Jet, Meru, Peloton, Kongol. Well, it's like, I just imagine the items are shaped like rocks. Like, that's the thing I'm seeing, is that I'm seeing that the items are shaped like rocks. So my brain is thinking that. Alright, let's see. Okay, I need to reopen my phone. Okay, where is the... Let's see, where is it again? Taya, the traditional way. Send Joey to Baby Dragon. Where is it? Edge of mountain, southwest of where it begins to bend. Okay, so... Team command. Okay, Joey. Alright, so let me find where... Southwest. So it'd be... here, I think. Team command, send Yugi. What town is this? Craw Valley. Oh, this is Craw Valley. The trader. Okay, well, at least Beast of Guilford's kind of fast, so that's good. Okay, so this is... What is this one called? Vrowsong. Okay. And we can't... Equipment? Oh, we can buy the anti-air cannon. Yes. That's fine. Alright, we buy that. Okay. Equipment. Oh, we can actually make anti-ground... Oh, we can make all of them. Okay, cool. I actually didn't know that. That's so bad of me. Okay, I'm gonna send Yugi up as well, I think. We'll do that. Best counter for that, though, is the Dragoon Armor, because it nullifies damage of the same element. Yes. Okay, and then I'll make anti-ground. There we go. Okay, so now we have anti-ground and anti-air guns. Which I think will help us out. Maybe. Maybe. I have no idea. Okay, well, we're gonna have Joey walk around. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. No, it's not. What the heck? Where is this freaking dragon? Edge of the mountain southwest of Bazon, where it begins to bend. I'm guessing I just have to check this section until... I'm guessing we checked this way until we find it. The other option is that we have to go this way, and it's way down here or something. This is Bazon. This is Bazon. I'm gonna keep Simon back for now, just in case they send somebody around. This is Joey, right? This is Joey, yes. Southwest of? Yeah, it's just southwest, so... I'm gonna check the mountains entirely. I'll check this side. And then I'll... It says edge of the mountains, so I'm guessing my theory is that it must be something like on the literal edge, you know, like right where the surface meets. I would guess. I have no idea. I don't know how precise you have to be with finding monsters. Oh, there it is, baby. What's that? Oh, it's the fairly guy, aren't you? You wanted me to take you with you? Aw, baby dragon. All right, cool. We are so set. I'm so happy right now. All right, we have dragon. Okay, I think what I could do is, let's see, how many enemies are in there? How many enemies are in there? Not many. It's just the rare hunter then. Okay. So I could send one person at a time over there and see what happens. So let's see. Let's send. Oh, you know, we could send Tristan and Joey over. Yeah, we can send Tristan and Joey over. That would actually be a lot easier. Because what we could do is just have team command. We could send both of them over and then see what happens. Okay, there we go. Hopefully this works. I hope this works. Yeah, I do think that... I feel like Faust is one of those fights that would have been very interesting to dissect, but I don't know how well I would have done. Might have done alright, though. I guess I could buy more stuff. Let's see, trader. I think the thing I want is more Monster Reborn. There we go. The cast member beat Faust, the Four Dragoons, and the Soul of Regal in Mayfill. Oh, that's pretty good. Dang. That's pretty good. Alrighty. Cleared out. Cannot defeat Master Scott, surrender at once. I think we're just gonna fight this guy because we can. Because the experience is worth it. I see no reason to not just go get more experience points. Though I am now realizing how outmatched I might be in this fight because he has a lot of damage on the field. Okay. We want to go for the guy on the left. I think he's the easiest one to take out. Yeah, I feel like when you beat a lot of bosses in a row, it feels really cool. It's one of those things where you just feel awesome. Because you end up doing so much. It really does feel like you get to cruise when you do stuff like that. I know that there's a couple of games that I've played where it feels like I get too much done in a single stream. Like, can I see his reaction to the Labbits fight? Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah. It is probably going to be very emotional, I feel. I remember I felt very excited about that one, but it was also quite emotional. Alrighty. I think Flame Swordsman can actually knock this guy out. We might actually get a wipeout this round. And we did. He crits for 1,000 with his damage output right now. I feel like Flame Swordsman being this busted is amazing. It is genuinely awe-inspiring. Actually just cool. I will say, I do love how funny the gun is. The gun ability is just very silly. Okay, do I have... Oh, I have red medicine. Okay, we'll do that then. That's easy. We can red medicine and just say nuh-uh to the damage. Very easy. This is definitely gonna be one of those missions we win by brute forcing it instead of winning by leaving. And I think that's way funnier. I feel like that's a lot better a thing, I find. Like, we aren't going to get a ton of experience from this, but getting a knockout in general is good for us. Alright. We actually won that one. That's amazing. Okay, Beast of Guilford leveled up, and... Okay, cool, Flame Swordsman leveled up, thank goodness. I was gonna say, please. Well, I have to go back because I didn't want to repeat of what happened to you on accident. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's fair. Honestly, fair. I feel like when... That is one thing that I think some games, it's nice when they let you know, is, hey, this is a section you need that, you know, there's no turning back. Or, at the very least, you won't be able to return for a very long time. I think when there's a section of no turning back, I think that's really important that the game lets you know. Like, obviously, you know, like, if they make the decision to go forward, don't patronize them by asking again. Like, don't ask too many times, rather. But it can be frustrating when you don't know at all whether or not this might be the last time you go somewhere. Final Fantasy IX's been surprisingly coy about it, from what we've seen, because it does feel like I don't know if I'm nearing the end of the game or not. I don't actually know if Final Fantasy IX is close to being done or not. I have no clue. I don't even think I feel like I really haven't done any side content either. It feels like I've done basically nothing in the game, but I don't know. Some of it also feels like I just missed everything. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I just didn't. Maybe I did do all the side stuff, but I don't know. It feels like I missed stuff. Because I remember how much crisscrossing I did in... Specifically, I'm thinking about all the crisscrossing I did in Tales of the Abyss with the airship. Or at least have it not so easily to click on accident, yeah. I know one thing I wanted to do with... It's one thing I considered with Red Genie. I don't have to do it so much with Madman's Dice, but I think with role-playing games especially, you don't want decisions that are exceptionally important to be easy to misclick. It's kind of why they do the "Are you sure? Are you sure?" You know, they make sure. Because there have been times where players will misclick and they will rage out because they lose hours of progress because they accidentally moved forward in a spot. And that can be really frustrating, so it's good to avoid that stuff when you can. I feel like Flame Swordsman having 4,000 attack is definitely part of why this has gone so well, though. Because Flame Swordsman is kind of busted right now. Okay, Octoburster leveling up multiple times is good. Yeah, that... I think when it comes to big decisions, never make it a one-click decision, you know? It should always be more than one click to get that decision. Because that is not a good idea to leave to a single button press. Because that is bad. Some of it also comes from UI design. Oh, wait, that's... Where did these guys come from? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Where did these guys even come from? Who are you people? I'm just thinking, who are these guys? Okay. We have red medicines, that's fine. We heal. We heal. We're good. Okay, if we deal enough damage with Flame Swordsman... Oh my god. Alright. Nullify the fusion. That's good. Easy. I feel like it is definitely really important we stop them from doing fusion. Because, man, we absolutely need to. At least we're on full offense right now because we can just go at it. God dang it. Okay, well this should knock him out. In Dragoon, that one decision was made as the default selection compared to the rest of the game. Yeah. Where they... that's actually something the RPG Maker handles. They let you decide, okay, which decision are you making as the default choice? And it's good that it says yes is the default, because most of the time you'll be saying yes to stuff, but it is also true that you sometimes do want to set it so no is the default. Like, hey, do you want to go into the final part of the game without, and you won't be able to go back ever? And it's nice when the game says, okay, you don't want to yet. You probably don't want to go yet. Just to be safe, you know? Okay, wait, I should... Okay, I do need to stop them, because I'm surprised they got more people in their fort. I guess we could use this for training purposes, because we can. Kind of feels like we can now take our time and train, because now we can just win. Yeah, these fights are not even that hard, so we could probably send the other team... We could probably send Simon here, maybe? We could probably send Simon up here and then have him help clear it out. Because we might as well. It seems like we have the chance to level up a bunch, we might as well. We don't need to risk Taya and Yugi, but we could very easily work on everybody else. Because this is pretty easy. These fights are not too bad. Do we just converge on the fort and just destroy them? I think that'd be the dumbest way to win this, is that we got ambushed and now we turned it into a reverse and destroyed them. I wonder if they'll allow me to do that, because it seems like they're trying to slow me down with these extra units, but I don't think it's working. Unfortunately, I don't think it's working. Also, we're at the hour mark. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope this week is treating everyone good. I've been very hard at work, so I've been very productive, but it has been a lot of work, so I'm excited to share more sometime soon. I'm probably gonna end up taking some screenshots and posting them up. I think one thing that I found that was a little silly was that I think in-engine stuff is different than out-of-engine. Oh, Octoburst is dead. Okay. That sucks. I'm gonna pick him back up. Because because without the lighting system on, the game looks vastly different. And conversely, it also is very funny when I forget to turn it on and the screen's pitch black, because the default lighting is dark. Because the lighting system expects you to set the lighting yourself most of the time, and if you don't set it, then its default is just black. which is cool, but it is also it's also kind of silly because I'll end up testing and I forget I have to give a flashlight. Okay, let me I'll send Simon this way first, and then you know what, we could send Yugi over here. That's fine. We send Yugi over here. Genuinely, I'm not that worried about the enemy anymore, because we could just throw hands and win this way instead. Because one of the ways we can win this fight is just by going and attacking. So that's fine. Okay, we'll have Joey go in once, and then we'll have by then Yugi should show up, so it'll be fine. Hopefully. Okay. I'm gonna use blue medicine. I'll heal first because we might as well. No reason not to. I think the decision stuff, it's good as a developer to know which decisions are the one you want the player to make. So it's good. It's easier when you know what decisions the players are most likely going to make and making that the default. Let's see, imagine hoping to get Sunday off this weekend. I'd asked for and was given last Friday off for my birthday, but I got called in because my coworker had called off with a doctor's note. Oh, I see. That's a bit frustrating. But yeah, I hope you get it. That'd be a boon. Be a nice reward. It's nice when you also, it's specifically, it's nice when you have a thing to look forward to. And it sucks when it gets taken away. But it's like, it's necessary to make up for it. It's like work and play need to be made up for in accordance. It doesn't do well for the body and mind to not get both. No, I got my neck. Neck's been kind of stiff lately. Yeah, that'll work. Alrighty. Time to swing. I do like how the Flame Swordsman looks in this game. He does look kind of sick. Alright, finish the job. Yeah, Flame Swordsman is absolutely busted. With the 3 legendary sword technique, it's pretty good. So his base attack is 2300, and then we give him 1500-ish. I think it's 1500 with the 3 swords. I forget how much it is, but it's basically, we give him a stupid amount of attack because we can. Okay, let's move over. Attack A. And now we can just swing. We can just swing on him now because we don't need to worry. I'm curious if we are actually able to finish the mission this way, or if it's one of those where the game's going to keep giving him allies. Keep giving him allies until we run out of stamina. It said that we can finish the mission by freeing this fort, so I'm curious if they'll let me do so. Because if it's possible, I'd like to, because that'd be funny. Why does that move look... It looks kind of like the multi-blast thing that Turles does. From Dragon Ball... I think it's Sparky Zero he does it specifically, where he puts his hand out and just a bunch of purple beams. I like that. I like it when moves have fun animation. It's nice when you're able to do stuff like this. It's also nice when you do it in 2D as well. Even in 2D, putting time and effort into your animations is worth it. It's always worth it. I feel like the less effort you put into something, the more people can tell. Sort of like when something is when something is 0 effort because of practice, it looks flawless and masterful. When something is 0 effort because it's lazy, you can tell. Because the movements are without commitment. Sort of like when you swing a baseball bat to hit a ball, you have to full commit to your swing, regardless of whether or not you're going to hit or not, right? And I feel like it's very easy for people, when it comes to creative works, to not fully commit to a swing. sort of like they see what they're going for, but they're not sure if they want to put everything into that attack and make that big hoist, you know, to make that big effort. Because it's worth it when you do. It's always worth it when you do. Okay, I'm starting to worry that, I will say, looking at this again, I'm worrying that they actually are just supplying the rare hunter with infinite allies. Because we have fought multiple enemies at this point who all have the position. They all seem to be doing the same thing, so I'm a little concerned. Okay, Galicia. And it's the same thing in games too, where if you're going to make a maneuver in a game, just full send it. Don't if you like, there's a quote from Star Fox Assault I'm thinking of where, when the time comes, just act. You know, don't hesitate. I feel like even if you're wrong, hesitating is always the worst move you can make. It's one thing to wait and do nothing, but you made the conscious decision to wait and do nothing. It's another thing to make the conscious decision long after the moment has passed you. Because hesitation, I think, is worse. I think of the two things you can do in a situation. Because it's better to be in the moment and make a conscious decision. It's sort of like, for me, it's like talking, where if you don't think about what you're going to say before you say it, but at the same time, because you need to form your thought, but it's also, what it should be is you listen to the world, take a moment to consider what is happening, you know, consider the process, and then go, okay, I'm going to, you know, I was like, all right, I see this, I listened, I took it in, now I respond. The number of times I've been in a conversation, and I think it's just something that's happened culturally, where you have a thought, and your thought is, okay, well, I'd like to say it before I lose it. And that's fair and reasonable, but it can also mean that it's very hard to get the whole context of a conversation if you accidentally start too early. It is a skill to cultivate, for sure. Okay, yeah, we are definitely leveling up a ton here. This place is level up central. This is fantastic. Okay, actual talk. Okay, no, it's just the rare hunter now. Okay, cool. Okay, it's just the rare hunter. We might be able to finish this fight right here, right now. Maybe. Solid maybe. Alrighty. Time to start swinging. Yeah, I think we can just attack and hope for the best with this one. Because Tristan, I think Tristan can actually finish the job here. We have been leveling up a lot from these guys, though, so I'm guessing we're a bit under-leveled. Which doesn't seem like it's a big issue. It seems like our damage is just fine. Some enemies have higher defense, and that's fine, but we're not so far back that we're not able to keep up. And that's nice. It can really suck when you know you're behind. I know in Final Fantasy IX right now, I know that tomorrow I need to grind for body temperature on all my team members. Because without body temp, we're just dying, so I need to go do that. Victory! Alright, cool. I think Robotic Knight's guaranteed to level up, so that's good. Nice. Okay, cool. Browson was taken. Forgive me, Master Scott. The fact that the bad guy's name is just Scott, like, come on, man. Break free. Okay. Are there any monsters in this one that I have to worry about? Let's see. Mission 9, Break 3. Sangha of Thunder, Lady Harpy Lady, Okupete. Let's see. Mountains directly west of Seirezo, southwest of Seirezo, having other Harpy. Okay, so I need to bring Mai with me. And directly west of a place called Seirezo. Okay. Surrounded by steep mountains, a small fort, Shellium, doesn't hold much strategic importance, but taking the fort is the only chance they have to break free of the Imperial forces surrounding them. There isn't much time. As soon as Yugi's forces approach, the fort will send for reinforcements. You need to take the fort before reinforcements arrive. Okay, so we need to bring Mai. We need to bring Mai, and we need to bring... I want to bring Fizdiz and Bakura instead. I'd like to, at least. Alright, one thing I do need to do is... How is Baby Dragon, by comparison? Info. Man, he is so sad. Oh, poor baby. I do know that I want to have him on the team, though, so... What I could do is I could probably swap out for Galicia, then. I think I'd prefer Baby Dragon. Just the question is, do I know I want to for because it's Joey's monster, but I'm also thinking, am I really going to do that? Because the tough thing is that I just don't see it being, at least for me, because I'm doing this is a casual playthrough. I don't need to be so worried. I don't need to worry so much about speed. Okay. Let's see. Let's send... I do seriously want to just send, I do just really want to send, Bakura, though. I know one thing I want to do is give Ansatsu the same, move with the legendary swords, if I can help it. Because it would be genuinely hilarious to try that. Just because it does a lot of damage. Trying to think. Trying to think ahead, you know, just what do I 100% need? I know one thing I'm noticing is that the characters that are Yugi's best friends get the best of the stat lines as marshals. Because even Simon doesn't really have the best stat line. Because Fizdiz has her stat line isn't going up even though she has a higher level than everybody. But you can see that these guys have better stats in certain parts, like battle and life. Which just makes me sad, because she's probably my favorite of my marshals. I might just use her out of spite, because I prefer her, but... Alright, so we need my... Guaranteed. Healing. Okay, so she has the healing ability. That means that we can heal ourselves when we're in forts, which would be cool. Navy, Constructor. They both have Constructor. We should probably bring at least one of them. I could probably bring Joey and have him go get Sanga of Thunder. So we'll bring him along. We could bring Fizdiz just because we can get discounts at the store, which would be cool. I'm trying to think of which one I bring. I could also bring Bakura just because he's funny. The Ansatsu triple sweep is hilarious. I think I will bring Fizdiz instead. There we go. It does kind of stink that we can't bring everybody, but I do respect that we can't. It is reasonable. Let's save our game, and then we'll get started. I don't really know how many missions there are in this game, but if I had to guess, if it's based on the number of areas in the continent, that would make sense. Tell me the resistance is headed this way. Quickly, tell Master Scout to send its reinforcements immediately. Commander at Fort Shaylun is Atenza, a former mage of the Imperial Order. He's a marshal, but a very weak one. He's ill-suited to command the defenses of the fort. We should be able to take the fort quite easily. Messenger was sent from the fort, most likely to request reinforcements. Alright, so you have to take the fort. Okay. Okay, so let me see where... Alright, so... Seirezo is over here. So we need to send basically everybody there first. Except for Fizdiz. We'll send... Let's send Mai to Seirezo. We'll send Joey over there. And Yugi over there. And then... I think we'll just keep Fizdiz and Simon here, then. I guess we'll do that, because that seems to be the move. Equipment. Anti-ground. Okay, we're gonna buy some cannons while we're here. Alright, trader. We're out of money. God dang it. Okay. But we are building... We do have the cannons, so that's good. We already have the cannons. They're sending units. Oh my god. What are they sending? They're sending the whole freaking army? They're sending 2 dragons? What is even that? What is even that? You got the dragon piper? What the heck? Cool. I didn't know I could look at the enemy team though. That's kind of cool. I didn't know I could preview them if I saw the unit on the field. That's actually really cool. I appreciate that. It's not a feature I will use 100% of the time, but when I do use it, it will be helpful. Okay. Yeah, I think this is one of those we dogpile 1 unit at a time and hope for the best. I think our dragon will be stronger, though. It is. By a long shot. Yeah, I think this town is going to get a lot of fights in a row. We're going to send... I probably should send Yugi back to town just to be safe, but... I think it'll be worth it to... have him go deal with the fort, maybe. It might be worth it to have Yugi go do the fort by himself. Because then his monsters will level up a lot, so... It should be good. At least it should be. That is the operative word with all of this. Is that it should be alright. I mean, at the very least, we do have an advantage here that we are kind of working with our we get to work with our best marshals because we get to choose exactly who goes and who doesn't. So it works out in the end, but still, it's gonna be a little scary just because I think this fight's gonna be a lot. Look at that. Alright, he's guarding, so that's good. Now we can just full tilt one guy. Now we can full tilt the one that didn't guard. Yeah, this is gonna be one of those ones where we just... I've been trying to pick up some more modern slang, and I can't do it. I think my brain is kind of capped out in picking up new slang. Because when I hear a new term, I just go, okay, logged in the dictionary, probably not going to use it. Because in my head, I was going to say I'm going to style on them, and then my thought was, oh, when you say the new term is mogging, like mogging on someone, and I don't know why. I don't get that. I don't know that one. That one makes no sense to me, but I am aware of the term, even if I don't understand it. That is one thing I do think is key, is that it's like, even if I don't get something or I don't like it, it's like, yeah, I'll still understand. I'll still try to understand it if as best I can. Okay, Yugi. Yeah, we'll send Yugi to the fort and see if as long as we don't win the fight right away, we're fine. Okay. So southwest of that town, we need to send Mai, and then we need to send Joey directly west of that town. And then we're good. Then we're good on getting more monsters, which is nice. Unfortunately, we do need to do this in the middle of every fight on the planet going off. Which might be a problem, because I think that might be where we have the real issues. Is trying not to die to a million attacks. Oh, jeez. Might actually be a bad thing if we take him out, because then he won't be on the map anymore and he won't block anyone. But the experience is worth it, so eh. I will not be that much of... I won't be complaining that much. It's still worth it. I think Simon being this defensively oriented is good, too. Oh. Okay. Do I have a moment to... Will I get a moment to move? That's the question. I will not. Oh, god dang it. I just saw the next mission is gonna be pain. Oh no, the next mission I have to wait. I'm gonna have to wait for a bunch of stuff. So I saw the next mission, you have to wait for the monster to show up, rather than it being one of those where that you go to a place and find them. It's like, alright, cool, no, you have to wait. Which is fine. Oh, I just realized that's Rude Kaiser. It took me a moment to realize what monster that was. It does look like Rude Kaiser, but did take me quite a bit to realize it. My boy has looked better. Yeah, that has to be Rude Kaiser, right? If it's not Rude Kaiser, then what's that one? Info. Question. Can I look at the enemy oh wait, flip. Here it is. No, it's Garuzi's. Oh, it's Garuzi's. That would explain why he... Okay, that's not Rude Kaiser. Never mind. Why does Garuzi's look like that? Poor Garuzi's. He does not get to look... His barber messed him up. What is that? My dude looks diabolical. Okay, what is the deal with these misses? I think I've missed every attack I've laid out so far. What the heck is this? Why? Just why? Just like, all right, what's up with this? I guess that's why, because if I land any hits, this guy dies, so I guess that tracks. Alrighty, now we get 7 uninterrupted attacks in a row. So hopefully we'll get to make this work. Time to just hit this guy as hard as we can. Simple and clean. Alrighty. I'm kind of wondering if... if the enemies launch their attack to try and distract the player, but... Because they know that the player has to keep this town, but... As a mission, it feels a bit like a quarter eater moment where if you send too many people out in a row, then you just get cooked on accident. I could definitely see that being the case, where because we're sending out everybody, we could end up running into problems. Okay, the cannons are almost ready too, so the cannons might end up finishing off the enemy forces, who knows? Okay, with the info thing, can I look at Tao the Chanter? I do not know. Oh, Aquamador. That's cool. Aquamador is one of those classic Yu-Gi-Oh monsters, one of the ones that I think everybody had a copy of at some point. I do not know who Tao the Chanter is, though. This guy needs to go. Alrighty, we might need a heal soon, but I don't need to rush it. Because we're not taking a ton of damage, so I'm not so worried. Yeah, especially because Aquamador isn't that strong. Certainly strong, but not... I'm not worried yet. Alright. Yeah, these fights are going notably well. Witch Probe. Oh, that's actually a cool animation. Holy crap, what the heck was that? That looks so cool. Why? I'm almost affronted by the fact that it was the coolest looking animation we've seen so far, and it's on Dragon Piper. A monster notably not known for any attack power, just known because it was in the anime. It was the one that I believe Pegasus used it in the anime. I know it was in his starter deck, I think. Along with Jigen Muten. 2 very weird cards to have in a deck that was mostly Toon monsters. Very cool stuff, though. I feel like this is going to be another instance of Simon gets too much leveling, and I have to somehow rein him back in again. But who knows, we'll see. Whew, jeez. Okay, we do need to heal Giant Soldier Stone at some point, but we can probably use a few turns first and then heal. Yeah, they don't have any attacks, so we can wait. Thankfully, we have the technology to be able to wait. So we can just throw hands right now. I do like the windmill at the back. I feel like these maps are... They're nice. They kind of reminds me a little bit of how in Fuga they also just were able to fill the backgrounds with what they needed. I think backgrounds are one of those things that it's very easy to get lazy with, where the set dressing is... It's very easy to just let it go, because it's just like, well, you know, it's the background, who's gonna look there? And it's like, well, a lot of people actually. Because when the background is lazy, people notice, and when the background is boring, people also notice. Unfortunately, it is very hard to not notice when something doesn't fit with the rest of it. So if you put a ton of effort into only big picture items and forget the little details, it's very easy for people to notice. Because they'll see it. And you won't be able to make them unsee it. It's very hard to make people forget that they saw something that sucked in a game. Something goes poorly, they will focus on it. And I think every game has a flaw of some kind. I think that as long as something is made by human hands, it will have imperfections. And that's just part of the beauty of it. Because sometimes those imperfections lead to greater beauty than if it was just a perfect surface, you know? It's the sort of thing that feels contradictory, but when you see it in practice, it makes more sense. Actually, a great example of this, which I find to be one of those frustrating pieces of gaming advice, and it doesn't mean include glitches in your game because it's fun, because it's like, oh, but if you take out glitches, then that's a bad thing. But it's more like if you find a glitch in your game that is so fun that it should be a feature, those you should leave alone, you know? I would say, whoa. Oh yeah, there we go, the cannon. I was gonna say, what is happening? But the cannon. The cannon! Nice, okay. Slide to the left. Oh god. I guess the best example I could think of off the top of my head was Hitman. Because Hitman 3 had a glitch with the briefcase where you could throw it and it just starts spinning and flying after people. And as a mechanic, it's very silly, very unrealistic, and absolutely goofy, and broken. But the developers found it to be so fun that they left it in, because it is funny. It's genuinely the funniest thing in the game. And it's like, yeah, it's fun. Just like, it's a game. Let them have some fun. And on a similar note with that stuff, I feel like Skyrim, because most of us remember Skyrim for its glitches, its funny, you know, dialogue, the timing of the program, of like, you know, of characters showing up. There's a lot of fun in those games. And in Oblivion and Skyrim, I'll include Oblivion in this. And I feel like if the games were flawlessly executed, you know, no glitches, no bugs, just the exact intended gameplay experience, oh my god, it would be the worst thing ever. It would be so boring. Because you wouldn't feel any of that genuine feeling of just that stupid joy that comes from something being just so silly, you know? Red medicine. Oh, this is the unit that got bombarded, I see. Very good. But yeah, it's not necessarily a wise decision though to include glitches on purpose or to make glitchy behavior on purpose to try and bait people into liking your game, because I think that's actually going to end up with the opposite effect. But what I mean is that if you find something adds to the experience rather than takes away, it's not always bad if it's not quite in this vision that you first made when you made the game. It can be nice at times to allow the happy accidents to stay in. Happy little accidents are nice to keep in games, I think. Because games are art, and art is built by the hands. And I think when you take away the hands, that's when you end up with lesser art. I think personally it's the work of sapience and sentience to make something beautiful because you can. It means nothing if you don't do it yourself, though. Because then its meaning is just being derived from a machine, from a calculation. Calculations don't have meanings. It's the context behind them that has meaning. It's the hands that draw the calculations that give it meaning. Like simply stating something or making an object doesn't mean anything, but when it matters to you so much to make the thing, that's when it's important. Okay, where is... Oh, there's Joey. My dude has been walking for 5 centuries, I swear. My dude has been walking for centuries. Okay, this is another unit at full health. That kind of sucks. Try and knock out their Blacklands Fire Dragon, because that's easy. We are definitely in Fight Central right now, though. Another mission where it's just non-stop fighting, huh? I wonder how playtesting went for this game. I wonder if they... It's one of those things that I actually am a big proponent of, is having both thorough playtesting and like very granular playtesting, you know, testing specific mechanics. It's actually something I did today where I was running through a section a couple times to iron out the bugs, because there's a chase sequence and I had to really sit there and go through it, just making sure that, okay, does it feel like the player has time to react? Does it feel like the player has the chance to do what needs to be done? Is the map readable on a first go? Like, I don't want it to be too readable, but it's one of those things where you don't want it to just be pitch black. One thing I've learned from working on this game is that you never want to have a chase sequence in a in any horror setting in pitch darkness. It's disorienting, it's not very fun, and the best case scenario, personally, is and this is something I haven't gotten to do yet with the 2 chases I've done so far, because I've done 2 so far, and that are like, you know, ironed out, completed, ready. It's like, there's one in particular that the thing I want to do with it is, rather than give you a track you have to run that you don't know, you know, it's sort of like you have to read it blind the first time. I think, because in horror movies, the thing that's done really well in a bunch of them, I think Scream is like kind of king in this in some ways, where they kind of take you slowly through the track first, as it were, and then once you know the pieces, you know, sort of like the Chekhov's guns that are on the way, then they start the chase up, and now you're running through familiar territory, and in the movies especially, you already know, okay, I know that they can go this way, I know this is in the way, I know this doesn't work. You know what doesn't work in the setting because they went through it. Subtle. Like, obviously, they don't just like literally point at things and go, you know, they don't just point at it. It's more like, in the movies, it's sort of like they just walk through because they're doing normal day stuff. And you get a feel for the surroundings. There's a couple movies that do great jobs of that. I think any movie where it's a singular house where they give you enough time to learn the layout, they usually do a good job of setting up their chases. I'm thinking the first Halloween did a good job of this. Not the best, but it did pretty good. And then I'd like to say also I don't want to say Camp Crystal Lake, but I know, not the first movie, but I think the second one they did it pretty good too. I think any movie with what's called the final girl circuit in horror, where it's basically you have the last survivor, usually the final girl, that's why it's final girl, and usually it's nice when a character has final girl status. And okay, that is the opposite direction. Okay, there we go. But it's nice when you have final girl circuit go through, where they're running the final lap, seeing all the dead bodies and screaming at them and going through all that, and you know where they're going because you've seen the set enough times to be able to know where the pathway they're taking. Because it does suck when you're watching somebody just run through dark places and you don't know what's going on. It can also be... It's different, though, because it can also be helpful for disorienting the audience, if you do so. And this isn't just for horror either. I would say that this is also true for... I'm thinking of like Assassin's Creed did a good job of this in a weird way, where they try to give you the chance to scope out the city before you start a mission, and they give you a chance to look things over, make sure you know where the environment is, you know, like where things are, how to maneuver it. And then from there, they make you go do something crazy. And that works out pretty well. They do still have moments where you have to improv and sight read a place, but I'm thinking Brotherhood when you run through the construction of the Vatican, I think. There's that one scene, there's the one sequence where you have to run through the Vatican. You only do it once, so you have to kind of read it by ear. You play by ear, and it can be really difficult to do on a first run. But it is really cool. Okay, let me send Yugi... Go here. Okay. Let's send Mai directly this way. It says southwest, so as long as it's on that angle, it should be fine. Okay, then Joey, send directly this way. Okay. Alright, let's hope that they run into each other. Okay. I'm just hoping we actually did it right, maybe? You're the Resistance, aren't you? Oh yeah, that's us. Who are you? My name's Akupeti. I've been looking to join the Resistance. Joined my two sisters, but were chased by the Imperial forces. We had to split up. I'm awfully worried about them. Let me find my two sisters, Iroh and Kirino. If you find either one of them with me, I'll fight with you. Oh my god, did I send it the wrong way? Oh, I sent it the wrong way. Okay, hang on. Go this way. Okay, can I actually still get... Can I still get her, maybe? Was it... Did I get it reversed where it's supposed to be the other way? Do I have to reset the mission? Akupete, I'm glad you're okay. Arrow, you're already in the Resistance. Thanks so much for bringing my sister. I'm yours to command. Okay, cool. Okay, that's nice that they let you redo that one. Alright, what is it? Sanga of Thunder. Bring someone else to go to base. Mountains directly west of... Okay, I'm guessing then that the mountains are where Sanga of Thunder is then. So I'll send Joey and just have him check it then. It says that Sanga of Thunder is out here somewhere, so... Directly due west, so... Okay. I'll send Mai up to help out clear out the fort then. Might as well. Okay, let's hope that... I'm hoping that Joey actually finds him, though. Oh, we're being attacked by rolling monsters. There we go. Oh, that's Sanga of Thunder. I was like, I remember the name, but... Okay, that's Gate Guardian. Oh god, do I even have the power to do this? Do I have the power to win this? Because I do not know if I can win this. I am genuinely concerned that I will not win this. Okay, let's hope that Flame Swordsman can just finish the job. Okay, never mind, we're good. Okay, I was scared for... Oh, god dang it. Okay, well, we gotta keep swinging. He's gonna guard like a nerd. Dang it. Oh, this might be bad. This might be really bad, actually, because if we can't get through, we might have a problem. I just want the monster. Critical 100. God. Well, doesn't that just suck? Okay, how much are we doing right now? 6. Okay, he's at 600. We still have 2 attacks with Flame Swordsman, so that's good. A big roll would be huge. Thunder... Okay, he attacked, though. That's good. I'm gonna be honest. I'm very excited to see Sanga of Thunder, but I'm also scared. I'm guessing that means if I make a team with all 3 of them, I can make Gate Guardian. Which is cool. Alright. My goodness. We have Sanga of Thunder. Alright, that's pretty sick. That is pretty sick, though. Honestly, very cool. Sanga of the Thunder has joined your army. Awesome. Okay, let's send Joey up top. We might as well just... I could just have Yugi start. Yeah, we could just have Yugi start. Might as well. No real reason to hold off. Let's see. I'm just looking really quick. Okay. Go get them protected from the rebels. Alright, we have to fight. Time for another battle. This one shouldn't be too hard, though, I don't think. Well, that's, that's Rocket Spider. What is that big thing on the side? What is that? What are you? Cyber Soldier? I do not remember you. Why do you look so big? What are you? Giant Mech Soldier and Launcher Spider. That's the name, Launcher Spider. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, that's just like neat. Alright. Time to throw hands, I guess. I like how the soldier looks. I do like how cool he is. Flamethrower. That's pretty good. I like how cool he is. He does look pretty sick. Missile launcher. Ah, yes. Oh my god. Actually, just the coolest looking attack ever, though. Alright. Yeah, I feel pretty confident in our attack power, but a good chunk of that is just because the attack power we have is just high. We actually have a lot of high-level monsters already. So I'm guessing that, at least I'm currently guessing that either the game expects you to level up your monsters a lot, or they expect you to keep grabbing new monsters and leveling them up accordingly. At least I'm guessing as much. I don't actually know. This is one of those things where it is tough when you're playing a game for the first time, when you have to kind of make estimates as to what the game's going to do. And that's the fun part, though, right? That when you're playing a game that you have to kind of constantly work to navigate with the game. The way I like to think of it is sort of like when you're driving a car or riding a motorcycle or riding a roller coaster. Sort of like when you're in a moving thing that you work. Generally, the best case scenario is that you and the thing are kind of in sync, because you know where it's going and it knows where it's going. I think roller coasters are the better example in my mind, because when you design a good roller coaster, you and the roller coaster work together to navigate a track, and it doesn't do anything to unnecessarily surprise you. Like, the surprises are still there, but it's not an unpleasant experience when it suddenly makes a huge bank or something. Like, it can be unpleasant in a certain way, but not like pain, generally. At least generally. I'd hope not. Alright. Yugi won. I think we could we could have Mai do the next round. Because I think we could actually straight up just let Mai get some experience. Because we haven't actually gotten to use Mai very often, so it may be worth it for me to level up more of my teams just to give them a chance. Especially since Mai got a new Harpy Lady monster, so I think my goal with her is going to be giving her all of the Harpy Ladies and just letting her have a team of them rather than specifically stacking the monster, rather than giving her like absolutely the best monsters. I think that's the goal, really. I want is to give, maybe that's what I want to do, is give everybody their monsters, not necessarily the strongest we have. We want to go for the flavor win, not for the stats win. Because what good is it to win if you're not doing it with your besties, you know? As they say. And also, it'll be worth it because we'll probably end up discovering a bunch of cool stuff on the way. I'm thinking, like, if we get time, like, you know, if we get Time Wizard or something, we get Thousand Dragon. I think the tough thing with that one is then that implies that we have to take out both Galicia, because Galicia is also a monster of Joey, so that's fine. But we'd have to take out Beast of Guilford at some point, which does kind of stink because Beast of Guilford's really good. I think Joey might be one where it's hard to switch his team out for because a bunch of Joey's monsters just aren't strong. At least on their own, they're not very strong, unfortunately. It is one of those, it's kind of unfortunate pieces, is that since this game uses the Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster stat lines, most of Joey's monsters aren't going to be very good. We definitely need to get him Red Eyes Black Dragon when we get the chance, but I think otherwise it's kind of like, am I gonna swap out? You know what? I feel like that would be what we swap out Beast of Guilford for is Red Eyes. Because I feel like any other monster wouldn't make a ton of sense. Alright, pretty good. We're doing quite well, so I'm pleased. Alright, we took the fort. Easy. Easy peasy. Counterattack. Alright, here we go. Having shaken off their pursuers, Yugi gathers his remaining forces and begins their counterattack. Scott's massive army is harried by Yugi's nimble units and begins to show signs of fatigue. There are fewer in number, but the powerful and courageous resistance should be able to confront Scott's forces. Plan is to lure Scott into the Maria Den fields and then crush him once and for all. Seems like a very bad idea. 7 of 8 marshals. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's start by editing this team. Who's the lowest level besides her? I guess it'd be Curse of Dragon. Place. Okay. We are going to have Mai do the brunt of the work for a while, so that she can level up some. Never mind. Wait, this one's like way stronger. What the heck? Oh yeah, because of alignment, of course. Because their gem type is the same, so it works out. Okay. We definitely need to give some Monster Reborns. Because we're gonna get cooked if we don't. Okay. There we go. Okay, so Bakura is guaranteed. Hey, Etcha, how's it going today? Hope things are well. Hope you're doing good. I love that emote. I don't know where this lizard came from, but I like him. That's a good boy right there. I like that. That is a very silly boy. Okay, let me check. Do I want to... No, we'll keep Joey the same for now, I think. We'll get Sangha. Oh, you're right. We should check Sangha. Hang on. What type is Sangha? Actually, you're right. Let me check Sangha. What type are you? That type. Who has... Oh my god. Okay, funny thing. It's probably going to be Fizdiz then. The person with the closest gem type is actually her, because it's like pale. I guess, well, let me look. Let me look again. Let me... edit. Replace. Let me look really quick. Let me look again. From the post-credits of the movie Elio. Ah, I see. Okay, so Sangha the Thunder's that color. Yeah, it would be Fizdiz. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess that means that Horn Imp is gonna go, because I think that's the one we'd want to swap. Let's see. Okay, so the stat line is here. Yeah, that's actually just insane. That stat line is absolutely insane. My dude is actually crazy. I like that. Alright, that's good. So we'll bring Sangha of the Thunder. That's so silly. Okay, so we have this. I think I want to bring Tristan. Yeah, I think Mako's just going to sit this one out. We'll just bring Tristan. So we have 8 marshals. Very cool. Now we're going to save our game. I'm just guessing off the top of my head that we might finish this mission in a first go, but this one we also need to wait because we need to wait until the clock strikes noon because we're waiting for a monster to recruit, so there will be some waiting, I see. That's what it says. Fizz the wielder of Gate Guardian. Honestly, if we make her the wielder of Gate Guardian, that would be kind of sick. We may have created this game, but we're changing the rules. Me when I declare a new rule in Yu-Gi-Oh! When I'm playing on the playground. Your victor is far from assured, Yugi. Shouting at me is not going to help you win this fight. True genius wins the battle before it's even fought. Allow me to demonstrate. He's definitely just like... Yugi's force is free, Maria Den. Yugi's force is right out. Rizfon, I see. The Riz Master. Alright, here we go. Is that a maze? That's a maze tank or labyrinth tank. Actually, I can check. Officer, Kaiser Dragon, Cursed Dragon, Parrot Dragon. And what's this one? Let's see. Yeah, Labyrinth, Tank, Launcher, Spider, Slot Machine. Okay, pretty cool. Interesting team composition. Just like, oh yes, fascinating team composition, yes. Alright, we do need to get Simon out of here because I don't want Simon to... Whoa! Is this a city street? Okay, hang on, I need to look really quick. I need to just look around. Oh my god, this map looks sick. What? Look at this area. This looks awesome. What the heck? This looks so cool. So they actually have like a whole like a city street for you to have a battle on. That's cool. I don't think I've seen this one specifically yet. That's actually really neat. That's a nice map. It feels like, it may feel like at times I'm easy to it may at times be easy for me to be entertained or just excited, but I don't know, this just looks super neat. This map does look really awesome though. I think especially with the fog, I know they're using that to probably occlude some lower detail stuff or like, you know, polygon issues. Or just make it so they don't have to load as much. That's awesome. Looks so good. Photon Stampede. Alrighty. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to just keep attacking Cursive Dragon, or do I pivot targets because it's guarding? You don't know, we swing on him. He may be guarding, but... Oh, we missed. Well, that sucks. We can break his guard and then take him out for good. We want to finish off a target. We don't want to let them get away. It's actually something... I feel like this whole action economy thing... I feel like the game that I got to highlight how much it matters in was when I played Baldur's Gate 3 with my friends, because I would make a point of targeting either like a bunch of small targets, or just getting rid of the one big guy and hard focusing him, because I knew that he would have the most devastating actions. That's the sort. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is the game that most people would, even if they don't know the terms, they would understand the concepts of action economy and being able to plan out their actions more efficiently, because they know they have to make every turn count. Even if they don't know the scientific terms, they can understand it. So you don't need to know the jargon to be able to know what's going on. It's actually true in a lot of games. You don't really need to know the technical term if you know what you're doing, you know? As fun as it is to know the jargon. Also, saying the word jargon is always funny. I doubt there will ever be a time when saying the word jargon isn't a fun time. Okay, this dude did not make it. Alrighty. We're going to send... I think we're going to try and get... If I can help it, I'll try to get Simon out of this town. So, I think the goal will be to pull out units until we get to the ones that actually need to level up. And then we'll be in a great position. Team command, Simon. Alright, get him out of here. Very cool. Okay, I think that means Fizdiz will get to fight next, I think. Which would be cool, because that means she can take this fight. Yes. Okay, so it goes from... Okay, I see now how it works. Because I wasn't 100% sure how the order was decided on who attacks in the... or who defends in towns. So it goes from the bottom right up to the top left. Just like how it empties out the units when you're taking them out of the town. Okay. That makes more sense now that I see it directly. Senga's not going to get much experience if he doesn't attack, though. We might actually want to wait. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is wait some turns. And see if I can't have Senga land on a... Yeah, okay, so Senga's going to get another attack. That's good. Honestly, if we make Fizdiz the wielder of the Gate Guardian, that would be kind of fun. I think that would be... Because we don't really have any characters that are directly tied to the Gate Guardian. I doubt we're going to get the... I doubt we're going to get that particular... I doubt we're going to get Para and Dox in this game. So... And if they do, I don't think you put them as individual characters in this game. That wouldn't make much sense. Alrighty, Sengo leveled up to level 2. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, we're cooking. We're doing stuff. Yeah, we don't need to rush here because we have time, so I'm not too worried. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I have been meaning to rewatch a horror movie that I saw a few weeks ago, and I really wanted to rewatch it because it just fascinates me. It's called Skinamarink, and it's upset. It's a very stressful movie, but I wanted to watch it again because I wanted to learn more of it. I wanted to understand it. It's one of those movies that definitely, I feel like a rewatch would actually do it some justice rather than like strip the illusion. Some movies, you watch them more than once and the illusions kind of fall away. But when you watch some movies, you watch them again and all it does is add to its own legend. And that's always fascinating when you find one like that. Like those movies that when you see the trick, it doesn't make it any less impressive. Sometimes the trick is that there's no trick, right? That it's just flat out technique or magic. Sometimes movie magic is the most fun thing to see. Oh my god. I like that Labyrinth Tank is just, I'm gonna run you over with a car. I'm just getting hit with a bus. Red medicine. Oh, come on. Red medicine. This dude. This guy. What kind of guy are you? Ow. God dang. Okay, well that's less than ideal, to be honest, but that's fine. I feel like with red medicine, it just makes fights way too long. There are definitely going to be some fights where I just get tired having to deal with enemies refilling their HP to full every time. Because it takes quite a number of attacks to bring their HP down that much. Thankfully, they can only have 3 red medicines on a character, so that's good, but man, that's definitely a lot to deal with in a row, huh? Okay, I am going to need to heal the illusory gentleman because I do not want him going down this early. Yeah, unfortunately we have to heal. And then I think he gets 2 uninterrupted turns, maybe? No, Labyrinth Tank is still there. You might just want to attack Labyrinth Tank next time they come around because they're doing a lot of damage. They are doing a lot, so... Okay, he's guarding. That's fine. I don't need to worry about that. I only just now realized that roulette slot machine has a giant eyeball. He's a Cyclops because he has a giant eyeball on the top there. It's like the top of his body is a big eyeball. I didn't even realize that. That's cool. It's funny the details you notice because of 3D models in this game. Okay. Let Fizdiz do a little bit more, and then... Who else is in here? Oh, Bakura would be next. Okay. We could let Fizdiz do the next 2 fights, and then pull her from here, and then send her to the town. Because then she can go do the thing. I did just realize, though, that I do need to buy stuff from this town. So I need to do that before I send her out. I should have her buy all that stuff. Because she has the discount skill. She buys things for cheap. Okay, yeah, now we're cooking. I remember in the anime, Labyrinth Tank made an appearance when they did it. They actually did a video game arc in the anime. And I just remember the section about... The section with the Labyrinth Tank was kind of funny. I don't remember how they got out of it, but I just remember that it was really funny seeing Labyrinth Tank just chasing them around. I like the... I know that the filler arcs in anime get bad raps, but I always feel like, unless it detrimentally affects the flow and pacing of a season, getting like a little filler arc for further characterization and, you know, some more of the same action. I don't know, I always find it to be fun. I know that there was the one that I think of that's the most annoying version of filler in any anime thing is there's this, it's in Bleach, there's this Zanpakuto weapon arc. I forget the exact name of it, but basically in the middle of one of the most climactic fights in the series, they just kind of stop for like 40 episodes or something. It might have been because of a delay or something, I don't actually know, but it was like 40 plus episodes of just an entire filler arc, and it made no sense. It killed the flow of the fight, and then when you got back to the fight was over in an episode. So it's just like, really? Come on, dude. Sitting there just thinking, we waited for like months for this. Absolute tragedy. I feel like that's something that I've actually seen it happen in video game format. And it's mainly actually, it may seem a bit poor. I won't say it's a filler arc per se, but I definitely think that the same pacing problem can happen with gacha games, where you end up with a story arc where it's like, okay, well, we don't want the story arc to end too quickly, so we're gonna drag it out for a couple of updates so that we can continue to do more banners in between, which does kind of mean that it's easy to lose investment in the story if you're sitting there waiting for a story update and you're just tired. You know, you want the filler to be done. All right, Sanga's leveling up very quickly, so that's good. We're leveling up quickly. I think if we get a moment of freedom, okay, we'll send Fizdis out. Oh wait, no, Trader. I think I saw red medicine in there, so we definitely need to buy that at a discount because that stuff is expensive. Oh. Yeah, this is the guy with the dragon team. Ow. Okay, we're gonna need to speaking of, we're gonna need a red medicine. Probably Illusory Gentleman, maybe Sanga. I think we can get away with red medicine on Illusory Gentleman. Yeah. Okay, we can use red medicine. I wasn't sure what Gazelle had, so that's good. And then we'll attack. I think we'll attack Parrot Dragon because he has more attacks in general. It's sort of like whenever I'm trying to contemplate which opponent to attack here, the two options are either go for the one that has the least HP, because then you can knock them out easier, or go for one that has a lot of actions, because then you know that you're taking out a lot of their resources early, which is nice. It means that they won't be able to stand up to you very long. Okay, I am going to red medicine Sanga. I actually own these cards now in person. I remember when I was a kid, I did want the Gate Guardian cards because they were very strong monsters in their own right. I never saw a Gate Guardian in person though, not until I was an adult. Because there was that set that came out for Yu-Gi-Oh! Called Mazes of Memories that came with... It was basically a set for Gate Guardian and its newest updated cards. And it's really fun. I like that deck type, it looks cool. I'd want to build it. Filler stuff with no purpose tends to annoy me. One Piece did a couple episodes where they went from Pirates to a 1A shift to a boxing match for whatever reason. I don't know why or the reason though, so I can't be sure. I'll be honest, I feel like One Piece is the weirdest one to me for pacing. Because, and this is not, I'm not going to dig at One Piece, because I haven't seen enough of it to know. I watched the first couple episodes and read some of the manga. I think with One Piece I prefer the manga because I don't... It's come to my attention that I think I prefer manga when it comes to certain shonen stories. But it does feel like that's a lot to read through. And I know it's supposed to be sort of like the Odyssey, where you have the long storytelling. It's long storytelling, and that's fine. But I do know that for a lot of people, it can be very daunting to see a book that is that thick, you know? That's some thickness. That's hard to sit through. But I don't know if I could get into One Piece in like any further than I am, which is that I like I like some of its visuals. I like its art style, and I do like the characters. I think the characters are cool. They always seem really cool when you see them. Red medicine. Red medicine. Red medicine. Buy all the red medicine I can carry. Thank you, game. Pull. Okay, and then when I get a chance, we'll pull Fizdiz out and have her go deal with the next town over. It definitely seems like, because we're leveling up higher level monsters, we're able to get more rewards out of bringing new monsters. So that's good. Okay, I am going to... I'll just blue medicine for Gazelle. He's fine. He just needs some healing. Yeah, I think filler can happen in games too. Where there's like a level or two that feel like they could have been cut, or there's areas that don't feel particularly complete, or they're not really interesting. I would actually say that Borderlands 3 had some areas where I thought there was a little bit too much space. They could have condensed things just a tiny bit. Not a huge amount, but just bring things in a little closer. Just to make the driving like that extra 5 or 6 seconds faster. I do know that's the case in Borderlands 1 as well. I would actually argue that Borderlands 1 has it worse. Where it's too much open road. They make you use those cars so often. It is very annoying. If you haven't, just look at videos discussing the different changes that 4Kids did, just for laughs, nothing else. Honestly, I get that. Oh, that's Cerebrus. Cerebrus. I know that one's the... What's this one called again? It's the... Flame Cerebrus. Wonder how long I've been mispronouncing that. Yeah, there's a lot of weird changes that anime dubbing has done. There are some weird stuff in there. I don't disagree. I do think that without the bad ports, as it were, like the bad dubs, I don't think as many people would have gotten into anime as they did, though. It's sort of like, we wish they did a better job, but the fact they did the job is important. Because it was important that we got 4Kids dubs at all. Because yeah, they made a bunch of localization changes that didn't make sense, and nowadays we don't need to do that as much, but because we shouldn't need to change the stories that we're getting, just because it's like, oh, but it fits our culture. Not just dubbing, change the animation itself. Yes. No, that too. Actually, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is rife with that. That's actually one that's funny, is if you go and look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Animation, if you look at the animations for dubs versus subs, you will actually find that whenever they show characters' hands, for some reason, sometimes the English dub would have entirely different hands compared to the sub, and the subs were usually correct in terms of what cards were in hand for each character. The one I'm thinking of in particular, the duel between in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Jaden Yuki and Aster Phoenix, the first duel they had. There's multiple instances where you look at the cards that are shown, and it's just like flagrantly wrong. It's actually rather impressive that they got it as wrong as they did. Guns are removed. Honestly, the guns being removed thing, I think it's just funny. I don't really know if it's a bad change, because it's almost funny that that's their method of censorship. Like, the easy way, you know what's the funniest thing? The easy way to censor that is just just take out the gun sound effects, you know, like have Kaiba jump out the window, do his thing, and then it's like, he doesn't even need to they don't even need to fire them. Or just turn them into laser guns. Like, give them like little blue lights on the side. Actually, the blue lights are the easy one. Just give them like, make them little laser guns. Like, oh yeah, it's like the phaser in Star Trek, you know? It's easy. It was fun. It was funny. It was my thing. Yeah, it is funny. The pointing, finger pointing. Yeah. It is funny, though. I'm just thinking, like, there are so many other ways they could have done it, so it's hilarious that their thought was just make them point. It'll be fine. Have them do the Ace Attorney. It'll be fine. Truly, it'll be fine. It's just funny because there are, like, 8 other things they could have done instead, and the one they went with is probably the dumbest. That's what makes it fun. Bandit Keith pointed one at Pegasus, yeah. It is hilarious that they had... I think it's hilarious in the original manga that it's just, he pulls out a, it's like he's an American and you let him come here with a gun. That's crazy. Genuine madness. No, I didn't pull Fizdiz out of the town yet. Probably can do that after this fight. Alright, time to mash the A button. Yeah, I think that there's also one in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, because they were still doing the dubs at the time. I know Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds had a similar one where Yusei gets like a piece of metal like stuck in him. And they actually show, like, he actually has the thing in his side in the subtitle, like in the original Japanese. And then in the dub, it's just like, they turn him over and there's nothing in him, and he's just groaning like a fool, and it's like, he's not hurt, clearly. He's just, like, what, did he break a rib or something? It's like, it's very clear that there's an injury, but it's not there, so it's really just kind of silly. It's definitely weird when you change those out. Because it messes with the pacing. I guess in a weird way. It's actually why I don't know if I could dub my own work in other languages. Like, I don't know if I could translate them that way. Because I don't think I know the languages well enough to make the jokes land, to make the references stick, to make the writing stay the same. Because that's something that is really hard to do if you're not good at localization. It's one of those things where if you don't know how to do it, it's likely you'll mess it up somehow. Similarly, it's the same way that, like, you know, writing about cultural specifics is a bad idea if you don't know what's going on and how to do it. Like, do your dang research before you try something, kind of stuff. Alright, we're doing good. Thankfully, these battles have been really easy. It seems like the monsters that we're getting in enemy battles now are standardizing. One Piece switches poison darts with suction cups. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that particular one, but that seems very silly. That one definitely seems silly. Ah, yes, he was poisoned with the suction cup dart, yes. Everyone knows that suction cup darts are poisonous, don't they know? Oh god. That does feel very silly, though. I don't know enough I don't know enough of One Piece's censoring. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Had the most, from what I can tell. It seems like I think it's especially because Yu-Gi-Oh! Was also... The card game was being marketed towards kids a ton. So, it was probably that they were expecting that... Pokemon had the same problem, right? That's when Sanji got introduced. Yeah. I feel like Sanji's what makes the show a teenager show, not a kid's show. But I think that is one thing that feels very weird, is that it feels like anime kind of got lumped in with the kids shows because animation has a particular... Animation definitely has a specific, vibe here. Oh my god. I just saw that there's... Oh, we could have gotten some really good stuff here. Man, we have no money. We have no cash. Oh, I didn't move Fizdiz, did I? Oops. Okay, well that sucks, but that's fine. Guess what we could do is win this fight and then pull Fizdiz right away. Yeah, I know that Naruto had a similar sort of thing where... Actually, I guess that's one thing I've noticed, is that you can kind of tell how good the dub was. This is just entirely an opinion-based thing. Depending on where it was aired, if it was being aired on Adult Swim, its dub was generally better, because you know that they stuck closer to the original stories. Which sounds like a weird metric, but the thing is, if you look at the dub for Naruto versus the dub for Pokemon, one scene they chose to change a gun instead of a spring-loaded hammer. That's very funny. I feel like that's the thing I could use as like kind of like my litmus test for dubs is if your dub was aired on Adult Swim, it probably was closer to the source material. Because they kept pretty much all the blood and the the nastier bits of Naruto, despite it's like it was still like it was aimed for teenagers more. Even though a bunch of kids I knew got into it, you know, early. But that was because Adult Swim was, you know, started at 9:30 a.m. Not a.m. p.m. It's like 9:30 or 10 p.m. One of those two. I just remember it came on TV on Cartoon Network every night, so I think that because they showed Bleach on Adult Swim as well. It's like Bleach, Naruto, and I don't think they ever showed Dragon Ball, but I know that they had one other anime on there that was pretty good in terms of its dubbing. It affects video games a lot when it comes to localization, when you have stuff like that happen regularly, where you have stories getting kind of kneecapped in their impact because they get censored or they get changed. It doesn't really help the story, and it doesn't actually make it better to localize it. Because a lot of the times when people go to these stories, you know, they go to the video games from other countries, or they go to stories about other countries, it doesn't actually make it more understandable if you localize it, the specific cultural flavor out of it. In fact, most of the time it just confuses the crap out of people, so it's not the best move most of the time. Okay, we might need to heal for 2 turns. Yeah, we're gonna need a heal. God dang it. Okay, blue medicine first. Yeah, we're gonna pull Fizz out of here so that she can get a break. But okay, so let's heal Loser Gentleman, and then we can land an attack, and then we'll bounce. So we might as well at least land a hit, and on the way out, give Bakura some help. Because I don't think Bakura's leveled up much in the last few missions, so that's fine. We don't lose the town for that, so that's fine. Team command, Fizdiz, go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send Fizdiz out, and that'll be all she wrote. Cool. I think that localization, though, it's one of those things that happens. It's not like it's a 100% necessary thing, but it's one of those things that happens because a story is being brought in. Let's see, Helsing ended up giving me weird dreams in high school, not because of anything in the show, but back then I only caught the weird preview scene at the end of the episode when I turned on the TV. Interesting. That feels like it'd be like a portent to weird stuff every time. Yeah, there are a lot of different shows that I only ever caught wind of partially. I know Naruto I actually watched a fair bit of, and I think part of it was that it used to be that TV was a genuine activity to have, which I think it changed when TV itself kind of became less... It became less of an event, you know? It's like, nowadays with streaming, you can kind of choose when to go watch something. It wasn't like... The thing I remember was Tuesday nights were NCIS night for my mom. So she would go and watch the newest episode every Tuesday. So me and my brother would make ourselves scarce so she could watch it. But it was like, there were certain aspects of having, you know, certain shows on at certain times only that made it more exciting. Because you would make time for it, you know, it was like a specific thing you go and do. I'm actually thinking, funny thing, it's sort of like how I stream, that I organize it this way, because I like the idea of being more of like a weekly show that people catch on certain days. Because I think that's more fun. I think in some ways it's more exciting when something is an event, and it's something that you're making time for, and not something that just is at your convenience. It made watching special, you know? Because it was like, oh boy, this time of day, this time of week, I have a thing. And it's part of the routine, part of the schedule. But when everything's on demand, it's very easy to just kind of decide when to go get something, you know? It takes away the occasion part of it. It's actually something, in terms of game design, that is actually quite true as well, that if you want something to be a convenience, it should be available at all times. If you want something to be a marked occasion, it should be more scarce. Like, if you want people to ration out their items and properly, you know, plan ahead in terms of the usage of their weapons and items, then give them systems that make them have to meter themselves out. Like, stores are occasional. The replenishment of resources is spotty. But when you want something to be available at all times, make it so. And there are pros and cons to doing both, you know? That's like sometimes it really does actually help to have a resource easily available. Because otherwise it's a lot harder to find them. Okay, it's almost noon in-game. We have to wait one more rotation, though. Which is going to be a bit awkward. I guess what we could do is also send Mai to help out with the town. I think I want to send Mai and Joey to go deal with the castle when it's done, when it's time. Because I think that'll be easier. I do think Ensatsu is unintentionally the best one we could give Bakura, though. It definitely feels like Bakura got the best possible monster with Ensatsu. There's not really reason to replace him. Oh, gotta stretch my neck more. Whew, okay, there we go. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, you know what? We could also send. We could send Taya. Let's send Mai to help out with this one, and we'll send Taya as well. Might as well. No reason not to, honestly. We're not really. This is not a particularly difficult battle. We're just kind of waiting for Dark Magician Girl. To that end, I'm gonna send Joey towards the fort, because it'll take him forever to get there anyway. Okay, send Joey. There we go. Sorry, wait, but I'm here now. Wait, indeed. Do you have any idea how long it's been since I sent for you? This is Sincerest apologies, Master. It took me some time to get around the Imperial Army, and I don't want excuses. I expect more from my students. It says, thank you for looking out for my teacher. I'm his #1 student. Be quiet, you. Oh, God. This is my student. I've called her back from her training. She is still inexperienced, but she may be of use. Please add her to her roster somewhere near the bottom. That's nice. Near the bottom, indeed. It's no way to build a girl's confidence, you know. Alright, don't let me down. Okay, well, we now have Dark Magician Girl, which means we have... I think we basically have Yugi's team settled. Because I think besides... Yeah, because I think the thing we might end up doing is... I think we take out Summon Skull, maybe, for that? I don't know. I do want Dark Magician Girl and Dark Magician on the same team, though. For sure. Alrighty, let's see how well this team works. At that point, as long as it fits the system, I either don't mind or completely like it. Knowing your ammo and such like in COD or Halo is better than the games that don't tell you how much ammo you have left unless you go into the menu. Yeah, that's why a lot of shooter games, the standard practice is that ammo has to be on screen in some way. Like, you're not allowed to obscure how much ammo you have unless it's for, like, realism purposes, you know? Like, I know that the game Ready or Not, that SWAT game, you can hold a button and check your ammo, but it's not directly apparent how much ammo you have. Similarly, there's a game I've been playing on PC with friends lately called SCP-5K that does a similar thing where you hold a button to check how much ammo you have. Basically, you just hold the reload button and you can check your ammo count. But the most part, that is so that they can cultivate the immersion, you know, that feeling that you're really there kind of thing, because there's less on-screen. And I think less on-screen stimulus is good for that exact purpose of making sure that the player doesn't have too much going on screen to allow them to focus on, you know, getting into the characters, getting into the setting, that sort of stuff. Or just making the gameplay harder. I know that Call of Duty actually does that with its hardcore mode, where they take away all HUD elements and you have to just know things. And that can be fun. But I like Halo's where it's both, where they have a UI element with the gun and the ammo count, but then the gun itself also has it. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance has that issue. If you can use all your arrows without realizing it. Oh, that sucks. Blech. Where it's like they don't actually tell you how many arrows you have on hand. I know that's kind of why in a lot of D&D games, DMs don't really ask you to keep track of arrows because they kind of know how annoying it is to keep track of all that. Because it is frustrating at times when you're trying to keep track of it all, and it's just like, okay, how much do I have to keep track here? Especially when it's something you fire often. I think they got rid of arrow counts in Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if it's any other games they do that. They got rid of it for, but... Okay, let's use... I'm gonna use the blue medicine. I'll heal. You hold down the button to continue to fire. Oh, yeah, that's not good. If you don't know how much ammo you have, and you're just constantly firing, that's not good. I know Breath of the Wild does a similar thing where they make sure you know your ammo count, but they also try not to be too intrusive with the UI. The user interface of any game, if it's too invasive, it can be very annoying. But if it's not distinct enough, it can be very annoying to try and read it as well. The key is striking that balance, you know? It's absolutely key to getting it down that you have to have that balance. You have to strike it every time. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 switch that to unlimited arrows. Ah, I see. I think unlimited arrows makes more sense in a D&D setting, to my eye. It can be less immersive for some people if they're really into like the survivalist gameplay, but I find that the people who do survivalist gameplay when it comes to D&D tend to be a little less happy with themselves at times. Which I think is just because it is kind of tough to deal with constantly keeping track of resources unless that's the thing you know how to do. It does, because it slows the game down some. You know, you're thinking more about each action. It's actually something I noticed with Magic the Gathering, like card games, is if you have too many action choices, it can be really difficult to make choices responsibly or to make the best choice possible because you end up seeing too many choices in a row. And when it comes to stuff like that where you're dealing with ammo, that can be frustrating. Alright. Well, we won that one. Easy. Okay, Dark Witch got a level up. That's good. The level ups are appreciated. We take those. Alrighty. It's on ad break right now, so I'll try not to talk about anything super important. 1,000 gold. Okay, wait. I can go buy something. Money. What can I buy? Black Shield. Swords are revealing light. That would be really cool. I'm gonna buy one of those. Even though I spent full... I did buy it for full price, but I wanted to buy it because it looks cool. Trader. Oh, we can get Legendary Sword or Beast Fangs. We can get... Oh, we can get... Well, we can only get one. Let's buy Beast Fangs because we already have Legendary Swords. Alright, cool. Nice. We'll send Mai ahead. What's the matter, Scott? Things aren't working as you had planned. It was just fabulous. Didn't they have to participate at all? It appears I was wrong. Let me share something with you. The human mind is a lot more fragile than you might think. You'd be surprised how few people have a clear and unwavering idea of self. The only thing tying you to this world right now is your mind. And luckily for me, I can control anything here. It's quite simple for me to exert my influence on your minds. You obey my commands. Come and serve your new master. Joey, Teha, Bakura. No, it's an ambush. They're cutting off our escape routes. Quickly, give the order to retreat. Lord Yugi. Oh, he just took, he took 3 of our friends. Well, that sucks. I think we're able to get away. In order to check out any pursuers, I told all the units to split up and meet us back at the rendezvous point. If we Scott plan to control Joey and the others and pit them against us, we must prepare ourselves for that. We'll have to find some way to break Scott's grip on their minds when we face each other. Okay, so just reaching the fort was enough to win. Okay. Spellcaster. Suffering heavy damage at their hands of Scott again, the resistance splits up to lose their pursuers. Even Yugi has gone into hiding in order to escape Scott's forces. Showing absolutely no mercy, Scott hatches his next plot. Force Yugi to the open, Scott dispatches Teia, still under his mind control with an army of her own. On edge of the beastly Badlands, she prepares to perform a forbidden magic spell that will destroy the world. In this magic ritual, Taya must offer herself as tribute. Hearing this and fully aware it's a trap set by Scott, Yugi and friends set out to save her. At least they damseled all three of these guys, not just one. It would suck if it was just Taya, but the fact that it's multiple people, that works out better. Better, I say. Okay, let's see Yugi's team. Edit. Okay, can I see... Okay, replace. Let me see Dark Magician Girl. 2646. Okay. That's gonna be kind of a hard... That's gonna be a hard replace, I'll be honest. I feel like the move is... Well, and I guess the key here is that Celtic Guardian is only stronger because of an item. So I think I'd want to take Celtic Guardian off. I think. He's also much higher level, and he's only just barely on par. So we'll take Celtic Guardian off for now. There we go. Now we have the team. Oops. Red Medicine. Red Medicine. Monster Reborn. Oh, that's right, Dark Energy. All of them are dark types, so... Well, I think they're all dark. I don't know. Okay, well we have that. Okay, let me look at our monsters. Let me see if there's anything we could do for our boy here. Because if we can give Tristan a better team, that would also help us out some. Not bad. Not great. Not great. Let's look around. We need to shop around a little bit. We need to look. I guess technically he can use Kairu Shin, but that's only okay. Not my favorite move. Yeah, because their orbs are close. Actually, I think they're the same color. But it wouldn't really be that much better for Tristan, so we can just leave it. I guess the key is that Kairu Shin would have... Kairu Shin does have more attack stat. Does he? I just have to check, does he? No, he doesn't. Never mind. Okay, we'll leave that be. I think everybody else is just good. I think. I don't know, is there anybody... I'll go check all the teams and stuff. Just make sure. I think at this point we just need to be certain before we go forward. Yeah, Celtic Guardian is not making that one work. I don't have anybody who has a green orb. Well, I guess technically Yugi, but... Meh. Okay. This looks good. Think we're good? Should be fine. Oh, you know what? I just realized. God dang it. I just realized I should probably make sure everybody has items on hand. Let's see. Oh, we can replace a lot of blue medicine with red medicine. At least, we just need at least somebody with red medicine on each team. I think that would be worth it. The more teams that have red medicine on hand, the better, but... We'll make do. We'll make it work. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. We're good. Okay, we're good. Whew. Yeah, there's some... I feel like with resource management, it's best if you don't make it so that resources that need to be managed are ones that are either 100% required. Like, they should be easier to understand what you're doing and what you need to do before too long. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're on a timer, yeah? Yugi's forces free air shrine, Tower Centauri falls to the enemy. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there are two monsters here. One of them we just have to defeat Taya. And one of them is Liberate Researcher Guild. That's right. Researcher Guild, yeah. Okay. Where is Researcher Guild is the question. It's way up there. Okay, let me send I'll send... you know what? No, I'll send Mai to go get that. Research a guild. Go! Okay, and then we'll... Trader. What's in the trader? Okay, nothing there's nothing in the trader I need, so we can wait on that. We can wait on that one. Alrighty, let's see what is this team. This is not that bad a team. So it's 2 Serpents and Reaper of the Cards, which isn't too bad. In terms of the stat lines, that's not too scary. I think the team's just fast. Seems to be. So, I will say, one thing I have considered when I'm working on games is that one thing I do kind of pride myself on, which I think it's something that actually got me in a lot of, to put it nicely, a lot of arguments at college, was that I always treat work like, you know, like work. Like I'm very professional about things. I prefer it that way. And it did at times get people a little bit confused when I would swap between, you know, like friend, you know, friend ODaM, and I am your coworker. I am going to be direct, communicative, and a bit scary because I take it very seriously. And it's actually something that I don't think many people get prepared for, is when I make the swap. Especially because when school was my profession, you know, like I was a student at college or high school, I took it very seriously when I was doing school stuff or, you know, like college stuff, however. I always took it seriously, so sometimes I would switch to I'm on the job, and it stops being fun to be around me because I'm very professional about things. So it's nice when I'm having fun working, but because my job now is like I get to have fun most days, but I'm still taking my work seriously because I want it to be good. I want it to be as good as it can be, but it's actually something that I think it's hard to cultivate nowadays when everybody's friends on everything. It's very hard at times to be like, okay, this is a coworker, you know, there's a certain distance that will be on when we're on the clock. Because it's hard. It's hard to not be friends, right? But sometimes it's necessary to tone it back, you know, to pull back, focus on the job at hand, you know? I found that a lot I think that with games it feels the weirdest to do. Because a lot of the people I worked with in college were very focused on wanting to be, you know, like they wanted to be working with their friends. And as it turns out, working with friends aren't the best coworkers, because it is very easy to start goofing off. Because it does end up happening rather often that it is easy to start goofing off for different reasons, you know? Alrighty. Time to fight. This doesn't look like a bad team to fight at all. I think we just go for I think I'm going to go for Swamp Battle Guard first, though. I think knocking out the leader here is going to be key. I think this particular fight, it'll be nice to knock out the leader. Especially given that it seems like him and the Mystic Horsemen are the most powerful units. So it might be worth it to go for them first. They'll mitigate some damage. Alright. Yeah, it is one thing, though, that I did learn at college I also learned in high school that working with your friends can sometimes be more difficult than anything. But it's mainly because separating professional and personal relations can be a lot harder the closer you get. And for some people, they can make those work very well, but for others, it's not an easy separation. There's no division there. But either way, I know that for me, I've definitely worked on it. I've worked on it a lot to try and be good about that stuff. You know, be friendly enough, but not so friendly that I don't get anything done. Sit there, you know, you sit there just yapping. That can be difficult. It's hard to turn that off when you're working. Alright. We're moving pretty fast in this battle, though. This mission, too. It does feel like, now that we've gotten enough monsters and enough of them are high enough level, I'm not terribly worried now. I definitely don't want to get too overconfident, though, because I feel like it'd be very easy to get smoked on accident, you know? Because this would definitely be the situation where you're playing the game and you're doing good, and then you get overconfident because you've had a hot streak. I can see this game pulling a fast one. I mean, we had it with Taya, with the Taya mission earlier, where just being in a situation where you get caught off guard because you don't know how to handle a situation, like a particular fight. That's hard. So, Okay, I think the Illusory Gentleman's the one finishing this up. I think. Yeah, we're good. Okay. And then we can send Fizdiz out to go take a fort as well. That'll give Fizdiz some time to get some leveling on her own. Okay, Team Command, Fizdiz. I think basically we can take every fort if we send each unit out, except for Yugi. I feel like Yugi we can send out to deal with the last fort when it's time. But before then, we don't need to worry so much. Because we're definitely winning a bunch of these fights just by existing. By the way, do you know how the fusion mechanic works? I only ask because I want to know myself. Yes. Okay, so we actually have to buy an item called polymerization. We actually have to buy polymerizations to use fusion. And then you have to have the right units on the same team, one of them having the polymerization in their inventory, and then you use the polymerization, and then it'll fuse the monsters. I believe it combines their star count and their stats, if I'm not mistaken, which is why earlier Chimera got 7s. I think he got like 6 stars in total, and then also acquired a boatload of HP, and also why when they separated, Gazelle was entirely dead when they unfused. So that's an interesting one. I do know how fusion works. We literally haven't gotten a polymerization yet, so we don't even get to try it yet. I'd like to at some point. If I can help it, I'd like to try it. Let's see, Team Command. We'll send Tristan out. I guess what we could do is do Icon mode instead. So let's do Tristan to... Oh, I sent somebody to Air Shrine. Crap. Who did I send to Air Shrine? I need to stop them. Stop. Oh, it was Simon. Oh, God. Okay, Simon, stay there. I guess I could send Simon to go deal with the other one, then. Oh. Yeah, we haven't gotten to see Fusion yet. I wish we could, but we haven't yet. Because it would be a lot of fun to see it. Okay. Speaking of, this is actually one I'm scared of them fusing. Because they have Gazelle and Berfomet. They could fuse with this team. So let's try and get rid of Gazelle first, and then work our way from there. Yeah, the enemy has used fusion twice now. Because they fused a bird earlier when they were fighting Taya. And that actually caused us a lot of problems. Because they fused, I believe it was a Red Skull Bird, I think it was Red Skull Bird and Yada, Garasu, and that fused into something. I genuinely don't recall what they fused into, but it's very strange. Alright. Dang it. Yeah, we're definitely... I feel like we talked earlier, we talked a few streams now about how we would include the other mechanics into this game. I feel like the toughest one, because I remember the easy one for me actually was pendulum summoning. Just turn it into a portal system. Yada-Garasu. Yeah, it was one of the enemies we fought earlier. I guess the funniest thing with Yada-Garasu in this game is it's not nearly as scary as it is in the card game, because Yada-Garasu's effect in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just gross. In this game, he's just a bird with decent stats. Which is just fine. He's just fine. He's okay. But I know that it's funny too because we've played Shin Megami Tensei and I've gotten Yatagarasu only I think once or twice in either Persona or SMT. I don't often deal with that bird. That is not a bird I deal with often. I don't know why either. It's a crow. I think I would be more into it. It's funny because I think of all the animals that my channel's associated with. I know that foxes are one, but I feel like, unironically, I feel like crows might end up being on that list at some point because there's a lot of crows that I deal with. I know one of them is not exactly the nicest one, but there's that freaking crow from Slay the Princess. The narrator. Movie theater. I don't know why I like that vine. I've never even watched the video. I just know that reference. The movie theater. All right, time to mash the A button. I feel like most of this game's runtime is just watching animations because you have to watch the animations again and again. I do think this is a game where if you're playing on a quote-unquote totally legal copy, having speed up on a, like if you're playing with a controller especially, if you have a speed up on a controller button, like a turbo or something, probably would make gameplay go by a lot faster, but you know what is one thing I feel like this is interesting because I remember back in the day with Pokemon, there was a time, and this is going to sound weird, there was a time when people complained about the long animations because they complained about how long it took to do anything in a game. And now it's like, okay, now we don't have long animations anymore, and everybody complains we don't get long animations anymore. And it always fascinates me when that's the case, you know? That we had something one way, and the dial was turned too far, and then we overcorrect, and we're still in the process of correcting to the middle of that, you know? Okay, this... Okay, I need to heal... I'm gonna heal Gazelle first. Heal Gazelle first so that we don't end up with a knockout on accident. And then... Can I check their stats, actually? I can. Interesting. Okay, we can go... So we'll go for Giant Soldier Stone first, then. I didn't realize we could just check the enemy. It's actually kind of sick. Because now we can just check the enemy whenever we need to find out what the enemy stats are. That might actually help us make better decisions as to who to target first, because the lowest defense is the one that would go down the fastest, regardless of HP value. So it actually will behoove us to check that on the regular. So let's check, I'll have to remind myself to check each time to see what enemies we're dealing with and how to deal with them. It's nice that they even let you check the enemy stats as well. Because they didn't need to do that. They could have easily made it so it doesn't access them, but the fact that it does is cool. It is a little odd, but I like it. I'm actually thinking about, if they started doing that in Pokemon, I would probably be a little concerned. Like, the Scouter, you get to have the Scouter read on everything. I like that you can check stat changes now, though. I think stat changes are nice, but if you got, like, the Scouter read on the opponent's stats, that would be kind of annoying. That would be kind of frustrating. But yeah. I know that today they revealed Mega Malamar in Pokemon, and I'm gonna be honest, that thing looks absolutely weird. It's like a neon glow stick. So he looks kind of like one of those neon streamers you could get at Chuck E. Cheese back in the day, where it's just like a stick and then a bunch of glow-in-the-dark stuff taped to the end of like a ball. That's what I thought of when I looked at him. Kind of looks like a lollipop too. It's just like, it looks weird. It's like, oh yes, this is the most powerful psychic ever, and I'm like, yes, of course. The big freaking ball. Of course. The most powerful psychic of them all. The one who recognized that ball is life so hard that he turned into ball. Yeah, boy. I'm making sure to stay hydrated today. Didn't want to run out of energy midstream. Oh boy. Didn't want to get dehydrated either. All right, we'll do attack. We'll attack one more time, and then I think we'll just heal the last turn because the Illusory Gentleman is dying. So we'll do, blue medicine. That's easy. All right, cool. Nice. Any level ups? Or yep, there we go. Hey. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, once we clear this area, we should be solid, I think. I was not going to beat that at all. I was not going to beat them to the punch. Yee. Yeah, this one should be quick because I think it's just press A and then they die. I don't know. Maybe one more? Nope, one more. Okay. I was going to say, does he have red medicine? That'd be hilarious. Just red medicines out of the fight. That would have been awkward as all heck, wouldn't it? Alright. I think that means we get the monster from this area, I think. I'm not mistaken. I think we get the monster, because that's the one... I think she was the one at Researcher Station. Researcher Guild is liberated. Seems to be having a rough time of it. It's up to me now. Let's start with a little warm-up. Bam. You might not notice I turned time back one day. This time I'll be going with you. Alright, so we got Time Wizard. I don't think I can say Time Wizard correctly. I think it's Wizard with an H in 3 different spots. Okay. Yeah, this is the Mash A fight, unfortunately. I wonder how the game decides which camera angle they load in on. I'm guessing that it's chosen at random, but I'm wondering what their not their algorithm, but like what's the math equation for it? Because it's probably, roll a number. It probably is just roll a number and then based on the number you give, just a switch. A switch statement in programming is basically it will look at a number and or a value, and depending on what value it is, it'll, flip through all the options until it hits the one that you have. And if it doesn't match any of them, it goes to a default, where it goes to a catch-all statement of, okay, you got into this statement, and then you didn't hit anything but the default, but like a bottom option that hits everything else. And those are necessary. Having a default in a switch statement is very necessary. So it might be that they probably made a bunch of choices and said, okay, here's all of them. Okay, I'll send Simon to go get this fort then. Actually, no, we'll have... Given how long it's taking them to travel, I'll have them do this way then. Certainly seems like the travel time is what's gonna be a bit of pain here. Alrighty. Alright. I guess what we could do, we'll just claim all the forts. We need the money anyway. We're actually kind of strapped for cash right now. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, we're gonna need... We need the money. Let's see. I think the tactic from last time worked pretty well. Go for the 2 spiky lizards first, and then go for Reaper. I'll double check though. I'll check on the next turn we get. Oh boy. Alright, info, flip, let's see. Okay, yeah, I was correct. Because this guy's defense is a lot higher. And his attack stat is a fair bit lower by comparison. It'll be worth it to go attack these guys first and then go for the Reaper. Yeah, I've been observing the recent gaming trends, and it is interesting how it's healthy for the games industry to have a varied genre pool, various games coming out at the same time. And one thing I have found is that it can be difficult though to plan a game release in conjunction with other games and companies. I saw a thing recently about how Silksong affected the industry. Specifically, the way that other indie titles basically vacated the month of September because they didn't think they could get sales at the same time. And while I do appreciate the understanding that, hey, you probably don't want to release the same day as another massive release, it sometimes can be frustrating though if you don't follow through with the promise of your release day. So I think sometimes a game can come out and it can have a struggle at the beginning, but it can always make its way back forward, you know? And I think that's something that can be hard to fight through, sure, but it really depends. You know, it's like, one thing I have found is that if your game doesn't share a genre with another big game, chances are it's not that big a deal. Because if somebody's not looking to play the big game of the year, then they're probably looking for something else. So if you're not in the same genre, they might find you. It's actually something that I was grateful for that with Red Genie originally, was that I believe at the same time there weren't any big releases, and I was basically sandwiched between two big ones, which was nice. You know, it's like, okay, there's no RPGs coming out right now, and there's no major, like, huge world-shattering games at the same time. But I think it's good on us to not catastrophize if we have to be near a larger title. Because I don't think it truly takes the sales away from you to exist in the shoulder to shoulder with another game. Because if that's the case, the main thing I've learned is that when you make a game nowadays, and this is the big difficulty for any developer, not just the indies. I think indies have it way harder, but you are always in competition with every other game that exists at all times. You are never just in competition with what comes out today or last week or last month. You are in competition with the infinitely expanding backlog of games, both physical and digital, that are coming out, coming out, and will come out all the time. And, I mean, heck, you're even sometimes in competition with games that don't exist yet. You know, it's like, people just saying, oh, well, this game's coming out in 2 months, I'm not going to spend my money right now. And it's just like, well, you just have to put your game out there and kind of hope, you know? Put yourself out there, take your shots, and hope. Hope that somebody sees you. Hope that the people who see you like what they see. You just have to put your faith in your work. I'd like to think that that's what Sandfall did with Clair Obscur, that they put their faith in their work, which I think they did. From what I've seen, they seem to be quite exceptional developers. I think that, and a lot of that's from their passion. And it seems to me like they're the type that would look out at the world and say, okay, we're confident in the thing we made, and put it out there, you know? And I think that that's key for any game developer. And I feel like you can tell when even a big company loses confidence, when they hesitate. Like I said earlier, hesitation is your biggest enemy. And it definitely comes up more often than people would like. Man, he really got to guard and just take absolutely nothing for 3 turns, huh? Beaver Warrior, end this man's life. Excellent. Beautiful, even. Nice. Okay, I will say, I feel like Tristan needs a major upgrade to his monsters. This is so bad. All of them are below 2,000 attack. That is not good. I guess not everybody can have the all-star team, but man. Alrighty. Do I want to wait for Black on Fire Dragon to get there? You know what? I can at least get Yugi in position. We'll get Yugi in position, and then we'll move forward when we can. I think I'm just really hoping that we don't end up... Ooh. What just happened? Oh, her team is basically dead. Okay. You know what I am gonna do? Now I see that. I'm gonna pull all of my units out of the forts. just in case we need somebody else out here, we're gonna pull them out of the forts. That's kind of a problem, I'll be honest. Alright. Pull them all out. Alright, Simon's almost there, so that's good. Should be fine. There we go. Alright, Yugi's almost there. Okay, Simon's almost there too. Okay, this is good. Excellent. But yeah, I feel like trepidation can really cost somebody when it comes to their work. It's also something that I've noticed with a lot of artists in general. Not even just the newer ones, like green ones, but just artists in general, I have found. There are a great many who they make excuses for their work before we see it, you know? It's sort of like you give the qualifiers, like, well, it's not done yet, and oh, this part's not my favorite, and this part's not doing so great. And when you hear that talk, it primes you to also hate it. The self-deprecation just does not help. And it never makes for a more informed read. It's actually something I've stopped doing altogether. Just, like, the most I'll say is, hey, this is a work-in-progress build. It may not reflect the final state of the product, but it is still a complete experience. So here, check this out. Like with the demos, I never qualify with, oh, you know, the game's not done yet, and, you know, there's this part that's not quite done there. It's like, no, here's the thing, here's where it's at right now. That's all you need. And when they talk about, and when they ask questions, you can say, oh, well, I haven't finished this part yet, or, oh, this part is still being worked on, what do you think I could do to improve it? It's so much more productive to be self-assured, even if you have to fake it for yourself. Even if internally you are screaming, you can quiet it down, take a breath, and just... The thing I turned it into, and it's probably the reason why I sound sometimes maniacal when I talk like that, where it's like, I am my own hype man, because I know that if no one else hypes me up, I do not know who will. Like, I have friends who will hype me up, obviously, but what I mean is, in my day-to-day, it is so much... It can be hard at times to sit there and say, I am really good at this. To remind myself that, hey, this is my job, and this is what I was trained to do, and you're good at it. Because, yeah, I am good at it. And it's hard at times to break through that, but I almost feel like... in order to become, like, a moderate level of confident at times, we have to become, internally, the most arrogant person possible. Because we have to self-assure ourselves that we are really good at the things we do. And thankfully, I have the... It's been true since I was a kid that I have the most painful streak of pride in my body. And just, like, I believe so much in my own hype. Which maybe just, like, I think in general it's just confidence, but, like, you know, when I exaggerate it for streams or for when I'm playing games or, you know, when I do anything, because I can amp it up for comedic effect. I look like the most hubristic person because it's so funny to do that. And also it helps. It does help sometimes to have the hubris to say that I am the best at what I do. Because I'm not even close to the best, but, you know, it's like realistically I know that, but it's way more fun to just amp up the, you know, be your hype man. Oh no, her eyes are pink. She's been hypnotized. This is definitely somebody's definitely okay with this. What monsters does she have? Dark Elf, Embodiment of Apophis, and Garuzzi's. She doesn't even have a team that goes with her own team. That's crazy. Okay, question. I have a question. Can I do the special move? I cannot. I see. Well, that's a shame now, ain't it? Okay. I think I want to... Wait, let me check the team. Flip. Okay, yeah, so Garuzzi's is the one we go for first. Got it. Yeah, Garuzzi's kind of seemed like the target, but I wasn't sure. Oh, I don't think we're high enough level yet. Murky Burning. Oh, that looks so good! What the heck? Why does her attack look so much cooler than Dark Magician's? What the heck? Why does she get the coolest moves possible? Man, those effects look crispy at nighttime. Holy crap. Look at that. Take a closer look at that meme. Yeah, we're going to need... I'm probably going to need to watch our HP pretty closely. Because these guys do a lot of damage, so... What it'll probably be is I might need to use Summon Skull's turn to heal. Yeah, definitely. I think so. Or... Oh yeah, we have Dark Magician's turn. Yeah, let's knock out Garuzi's. That's fine. I think getting a knockout now is great, because that means that next time they're down a full teammate. We do need to be careful, though, because I don't want Dark Magician to go down. Uh-oh. I might not get a choice. Oh, we're just barely good. Holy crap. And now we can Red Medicine. Oh. The most efficient red medicine usage is when it's at double digits. Good lord. Okay, we'll go right to left then, since it seems like the defenses scale that way. At least it seems to be. I like how he sounds like a car approaching. It sounds so silly. Man. Yeah, those lightning effects are so good. Good sprite work for that stuff is just... It's so... I feel like it's so hard to get right, because when you draw lightning wrong, it just looks so dull. It's actually something I've seen in movies a fair bit, is when you see lightning that feels like it's too dull, like it's not bright enough to be actual lightning, and you can feel it. It looks so bad. It always feels so goofy. And you kind of sit there thinking, man, could they not afford... You sit there thinking, could they not afford a better effect for that? The answer is probably, but they didn't want to. Start what? It's like what you're watching a Corridor Crew video when you see something like that, where you start picking apart every piece of the... You pick apart the animation. Alright, Summon Skull and Dark Magician leveled up. Not too bad. It does kind of stink that Yugi didn't win the fight, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll have Mai go straight for the fort. Go over there. I'll just start pulling every team I can to this location. Because if I'm gonna have Dark Magician, I'm gonna have Yugi rather. I'm gonna have Yugi try this one again. By the time he moves, we'll be able to make it all work. Hey, where's Simon? Here he is. Okay, we'll send Simon over as well, just to be safe. Alrighty. Here we go. I will say, this movement also, if you had speed up, would be nice, but alas. I play on original hardware as much as I can. I feel like it's something that, to my mind, it takes away a little bit of the impartial review of a game. When you're able to emulate something, and by extension, you're able to smooth off some of the edges of its original design, because you're able to speed up through things, you're able to, you know, like, rewind, you're able to save state. There are times where it does kind of strip out some of the difficulty, and by extension, some of the friction that was there when you first played it. And that can be good for a more casual experience. I know for me personally, I don't think I would want to play this game if I stripped out all of the friction. Also because I like this game and its animations, so I don't really want to skip over it a ton. It's the same reason I don't like using speed up in Pokemon. As much as grinding hurts me, I would still prefer to have to grind and, you know, just, you know, sit and enjoy the game than... Because it would be faster. You know, I would probably finish more, like, Nuzlocke, for example. Unless I was obligated by streaming them, but... I feel like it is true, though, that I kind of prefer to play the games at the pace that the game was made. Some of that's also, I have been trying to psychologically analyze myself for some of that. Like, why do I not like emulating games as much? And some of it does just come from the fact that when I was growing up, I was raised on the notion that, you know, you pay for things, you don't, like, pirating games does not make sense to me. Like, pirating movies still doesn't make sense to me. I still prefer to find physical copies when I can. Or, you know, like, streaming services. But a lot of that was just because I was raised to, you know, respect those boundaries. I think in some cases I have learned where I can and can't, like, hop the fence, as it were. And I know one of them is with, like, I've gotten okay with some aspects of it, but... Alright, let's see. She snapped out of it, Yugi. Aw, she's getting out of there. Nothing, Tay. You shot a nightmare, that's all. Dark Elf has joined your army. Okay. Not bad. We win. I believe the next one is Joey. Phantom Blast. Yugi fought to save Taya. The Imperial forces are busy trying to quell the rebellions that have started occurring throughout the Empire. With the Imperial forces otherwise occupied, Yugi starts gathering his army and preparing for their counterattack. Before they complete their preparations, the Empire sends a unit to strike them down. Leading that army is Joey, still under the mind control of Scott. Yugi and friends are in for a difficult battle, and no one has any idea how it's going to end. I could make a guess. 5 out of 6. We, of course, bring Taya. However, we do have a new unit. Is the new unit better for her, though? Dark Elf. Purple. Oh, no, it's Dark Magician. 2,800. Honestly, not great for her. I was kind of hoping that she would be an easy replacement, but that's not the case. Yeah, we're gonna want to keep Taya's... We'll keep Taya's setup, I think. Did I lose all the items I had on her, or did they get removed? Okay, no, the items are still there, so that's good. Okay. I guess I could just take the items off really quick. There we go. I can give the red medicines to other characters. That'd be good. Very worth it, I think. I can go through and just get the items off of somebody else and go add them somewhere. Alrighty. 6 of 6. Cool, we can save. I think we'll play one more mission and then this will probably be the end of stream. Like, this mission, rather. Because just guessing off of how much time it's taken per mission, I would guess as much, but I don't know. It seems like each stream we get about 4 missions done and then we call it, because it's about a mission an hour. How many are there, anyway? I have no earthly idea. I have no earthly idea how many there are. Oh my god. Really? I see. I just looked really quick just to look around a bit. And oh my god. Just looking at it, it's like there are, let's see, I think there's 22 missions? Man. Yeah, I finally found you, Yugi. Come on, we're gonna see who makes it out of this battlefield alive. Don't get away with this, Scott. Free Enno. Okay. Where am I? I'm over here. Okay. This shouldn't be too hard a mission, though, because all of our teams are kind of impressive. The only thing we really need to do is just make sure we actually deal with every unit in turn. Oh my god, wait, I just realized. Why are their units so bad? Not like they're bad monsters, but just why are they so low level in comparison? Because these guys are kind of low level in general. I do wish we had Kenon, the swordswoman, though. She's pretty sick. Is that Kenon? Is that her name? I'm gonna check after once we get another turn. I'm gonna check. Yeah, they aren't doing a whole lot of damage. Let me look really quick. Is it... Yeah, it's Count on the Sword Mistress, so that's what it was. Zonky, Beaver Warrior. I see. Alrighty. We're doing good, though. We're doing good. We're fighting well. I do hope that everybody has... Hope everybody gets to have a good week this week. I hope everyone's able to find both their moments of solitude and their moments of energy. A lot going on nowadays. I feel like sometimes it really is necessary to just sit back, like turn off the internet, sit back for 5 minutes, close your eyes kind of thing. But it's good and well that some problems do end when the computer turns off, you know? But thankfully there's also a lot of wonderful things happening every day too. There is not, as I understand it, there's no darkness without a light to cast it. Thankfully, there is light. Otherwise, things would be rather dark. So I hope that helps. I feel like it's really easy to get locked in. I think as a developer too, it's easy to get locked into the doom and gloom. I think especially if you're working on a game where it's, you know, heavy subject matter. It can be very easy to sink into the darkness a little too far. So it's good to take breaks sometimes. I know with my game I've had to like, you know, go sit outside for a moment, you know, go like count cards or something. Like count cards and like sorting cards I have, like trading card stuff, I am not saying I go to a casino and like count, because I'm not that good at card games. At least not those card games. Alrighty, let's see. Team command. What did I even send him to? He didn't even move. Where did I send him to? The freaking store? I sent him to the Walmart in the city and just... Okay. Oh, Tiger Axe! Hey, I know him. That's a guy. Okay, so Hitatsumi Giant is the easy target here. Got it. Basically, it's going right to left again. Okay. Not too bad. Oh, Tiger Axe is cool. I feel like Tiger Axe is probably one of the coolest looking monsters from that era. And it's so sad that his stat line is so mediocre. Well, it's another one of those monsters where the actual look of a monster looks really good, and then you go and check their stat line, and it's like, oh, okay. Well, ain't that a shame? I know that I think early Yu-Gi-Oh had a bunch of those where a monster had such fantastic artwork, and then you look at their stats or effect, and it's just, oh, okay. Wow. Terrific. I can't say the word fantastic without thinking of the way that my brain just turned off. Esquier. Because Esquier in Clair Obscur says fantastic. I love him, man. Oh, I miss Esquier. I do. I feel like the more I've thought about Clair Obscur, the more I understand that it may not be my favorite game of all time, but it definitely is one of those games that I respect and understand as an instant staple of the RPG genre. I feel like role-playing games are going to be... There's going to be one of those evolutions again where we get more games pushing their limits because of that. And that's beautiful. I like that a lot. Oh boy. I've been exercising again lately. I've been trying to get back on the treadmill and stuff. Because it helps my body overall to, you know, get the blood flowing, but because it's the philosophy I've always understood is that healthy body, healthy mind. And I usually do my best work when I'm exercising because I get my blood flowing, I get my brain working really fast, so helps out a lot. But it is one of those things that I think that working your body is a necessary component of making better art. I think when your body is healthy, it's too well defended. What did I do? Looks like Yugi's having a tough time against one of his own friends. The heck? His friendship is getting in the way and preventing him from doing what must be done. Are you ready? Where did Kaiba get here? Take that castle from them. Oh my god, 3 blue eyes are showing up on that castle. Good lord. Why is Kaiba even here? He just showed up just to mess with everybody. Scott is definitely fuming over there. He's like, what? Yugi, you owe me. Kaiba? Can't stand to watch you coddle the enemy any longer. I'll show you how it's done. Pull back. I mean, I didn't really want to attack with this team, but okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're gonna escape because Simon's team is dead. Yeah, Simon is like dead. Yeah, he's like Omega level dead. Okay, so Simon is dead, which sucks, but that's okay. Okay, real question is, which castle did he even attack? Okay, let's see. Let's send... I'll send Mai to... I'll just send Mai to take this castle really quick then. I think Mai can take this one, but... Yeah, unfortunately we got... we didn't really get a chance to fight the last time, so we'll make it work, but... Yeesh. That kind of sucked. We kind of got clowned on accident. I didn't expect Simon to keep moving. So that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, it's interesting that Kaiba shows up here, but I don't know why. I don't know why he's here, but he is here. I mean, I could guess it. This guy Scott made a game that competes with dual monsters. So I could guess why Kaiba would show up. Just to flex on everybody, but... I don't know why he would show up now, I guess. Oh boy. Hammer of Justice. Oh. Alrighty. This will be 1 knockout. Oh, I thought so. Jeez. It always sucks when you miss an attack and you're just sitting there like, yep. Oh, we're both missing. Okay, good. We're good then. A battle of titans, truly. We just can't hit each other. Absolutely marvelous. I definitely think that Mai is going to be one of those ones that turns out to be really good. Because she has the flight ability, so she can just pass over a bunch of things. And it seems like the enemy... It doesn't seem like the enemy really invests in anti-air like, weaponry. I just realized I could probably check each castle before I send anybody in and double check whether or not they have anti-air, anti-ground. It just occurred to me, and I just realized how much of a fool I am. Because I probably could just check. Then again, I didn't actually know with this one, because it's right there, so I didn't think the castle would have anything, but... I guess also Simon was unfortunately put directly in front of the castle, so, eh. I didn't really have a good choice there, so it's fine. Alright, is that one dead? Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, let's blue medicine the dragon. Man, I just had the thought of a Souls-like with Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters, and I'm surprised that Konami has not mentally cashed out enough to do that yet. It just occurred to me that if you took original Duel Monsters and used them as like a Souls-like game, you probably could have some cool designs. Especially if you build the monsters to perfect scale, like... I feel like Harpy's Pet Dragon would look really cool as a boss fight. And you don't even have to, like, kill monsters. It could just be like, oh yeah, you take them down and then they go, you know, they come back later or something. It's like, it's very easy to not make it a lethal thing or break the brand. I mean, this game does it pretty well that nobody actually dies. Some of that's also just writing and pacing, so... Man, Mai's team gets a lot of actions. Holy crap. That's another thing I'm noticing now is how many actions they get. That's insane. I think I've taken about 12 actions this battle. Good lord, man. Yeah, that is some insane... That's an insane difference. Holy... Alright, let me take a quick gander at another fort. Let me test my theory. Okay, ancient fort. Ancient fort. Ancient fort. Okay, I don't see any more cannons. Oh, but they don't show on the map, do they? No, they don't. They probably don't show on the map. I don't know. Legendary sword. I will buy one more for later. I'm gonna buy a bunch of red medicine. We buy all the red medicine. Nice. Thank you, Fizdiz. Okay. Now let's send... Yeah, speaking of, we'll send Fizdiz to go claim this fort. Just get it in our hands. Send Taya to go get this. And then Tristan will send... this way. Alright, that should be good, maybe? Yes? No, he's gonna run into the castle anyway. Okay, and then we'll send Mai to go get the back fort, I guess. Get out of the way! Okay, and then... I kind of have to maneuver Beaver Warrior around a little bit so he actually goes where I want him to go. Nice. Okay, here's hoping that we don't get hit by any more defenses, you know? So I'd really rather not lose another unit just because anti-ground defenses are available everywhere. But it does seem like they would let me know if there's going to be defenses of some kind, so... Should be fine, maybe? Solid, maybe? I will call it a perhaps. Alright, here we go. No anti-air there, so that's good. Alrighty. I guess the first goal will be use the... Yeah, special. Interesting that Taya's the first character we get that has a genuine special attack. It's not the most insane thing ever, but having the ability to affect accuracy is huge. It does make her a lot stronger than she first appears. Because the ability to affect accuracy is good. I know that Mud Slap in Pokemon is kind of memed on as being very weak, but I will say, being able to reduce accuracy is really helpful in certain situations. Because sometimes you can force an opponent to switch if they just can't hit anything. If it's so statistically unlikely they'll hit anything, it can seriously mess up their game. Actually, no, that's something I leveraged in an old playthrough. Was just spamming Mud Slap so that the enemy can't do more. It helps out a lot. Sometimes wasting your opponent's time can be all you need. It sounds really cruel, but it is something that I've learned is that sometimes the best thing you can do is stall your opponent until you see the moment that they're going to crash out, essentially. It's something I remember reading about in the Art of War a lot, was basically if you can hold an opponent in a position that makes them panic, or they do something that gives you an opening, that is superior. Because if they give you the opening that you need, that's better than you having to make one, you know? It's less energy. You win by using the least amount of energy for the most results. It's true in a lot of games too, that the crux of the best game players and the best design is to do the least amount with the most and get the most out of it. You notice it with like graphics and stuff. You don't need to go so hard on the polygons or the processing power if you just officially maximize how much you get out of the processing power you have. Because once you make the most out of the power you already have, then you get a ton without having to do more work. And that is so much more impressive than simply throwing more polygons at the model, you know? Like hitting the smooth button too many times on a 3D model, it just isn't fun. It never looks any better. There's a certain point where it stops looking better to smooth over a 3D model anyway. So it's always worth it to just check it. Check the optimization. Alright. Not too bad. Yeah, I feel like Dancing Elf we're keeping because her special move is way too strong. It's extremely good. Alrighty. I think we're just sending Fizdiz to go get this fort just specifically to go get money. What are you doing here? Wait. I don't know why she stopped there of all places, but we'll need to send her again. Alright, I hope for big damage. Maybe a crit. Okay. Well, I guess, you know, we might as well special each time, because if we can make him miss attacks and save our HP, that would be huge. The more attacks he misses, the better off we are, so that's fine. Oh, he's guarding. Well, that sucks. That sucks for us, given that our attack power might not get through, but we'll see. Yeah, I will say, that is one thing that, when it comes to damage calculation in games, is something to think about, is never allow numbers to be negative, where damage is negative, because that will absolutely crack the game wide open. Always do absolute values when it comes to things, or if it goes to negatives, always round up to 0 or something. You know, like, okay, it's -7, bring it to 0, it does 0 damage. Never do negatives, because it'll, you know, negatives cancel, so you'll end up inadvertently getting, you know, positive numbers. Oh, I see what I was doing. I see now. There we go. Alright. Nuatua was done. Alright, we'll send Fizdiz to go help out with the fort. Alright. Probably could send Taya as well. Might as well. Whack. Okay. Okay, this is a team. This is definitely a Kaiba-coded team, except for Zenki. Okie doke. Who do I want to attack first? Let's see. Actually, the best option is Battleox. Interesting. Okay. Interesting that of all of them, Battleox is the best option because he has the lowest defense, but... Doesn't mean it'll be that much easier, but... The lower defense helps. Man, that star count is stupid. That's so stupid. The number of actions we get... By comparison, I feel like Mai and Bakura both have this kind of, I don't want to say it's an issue, but just the same design trait of a million actions, which in this game, I feel like the more actions a character has, the more broken they are. Because I kind of think it doesn't matter what team I even gave them, it just, as long as they had a halfway to decent team, and they were able to make usage of them, they would just get a ton of actions. It doesn't matter. Because each character levels up based on the damage they do, and by extension, the knockouts they get. So if they take more actions, they deal more damage. They deal more damage, they level up faster. Oh god, they're polymerization. What? I forgot they fuse. That's Rabbit Horseman. Okay, I'm gonna need to heal my boy. That dragon is gonna need to heal very quick. You know what? You know what's funny? The best play is still to attack that thing. I'm gonna have the pet dragon heal itself, probably. Yeah, we'll have the... No, you know what? I'm gonna play it safe. I'll heal. I'll heal this turn. I'll play it safe. I don't know if Rabbit Horseman is faster than me, though. Or if he was gonna go first, so worth it. Okay. The fusion will backfire though, because we have enough actions to make them regret this. That rabbit horseman model looks awesome though. That does look really cool. I'm gonna need to zoom in a little bit here because I just want to look really quick. I just want to see more. Let's see. Is it not that? Oh, there we go. Why does it keep zooming out when I do this? Yeah, that's a cool looking model. Look at that. That's good. The fact that they didn't skimp on the fusions, that tells you they really wanted the fusions to feel super cool when you got them. Oh, that's so good. Man. I feel like this game was definitely made with more love than one would expect for a game like this. Because it definitely feels like this game, they put time and effort into it in the places that really mattered. And it's like it's not even that they took shortcuts on the parts that weren't as important, but it's that they found solutions to make sure that they could stand up on their own without having to lose time on it. This looks great. This game's probably one of those ones that I end up inadvertently just falling in love with, and it's just like, man, look at that. It's cool, man. How many more actions do they have? Okay, so Horseman has 2 more, but I'm going to take them away from him, so it's fine. Nice. That is actually huge, because now we straight up get a... We got rid of 2 monsters at the same time, and we basically... I think we took the fort in one go, I think. Unless Zenki can actually resist all of the... Oh, never mind. He's so cooked. He's so cooked. Zenki is dead as hell. Dead as hell, Snake. Alright, he's dead. Perish. Have they ever done retrains on the Harpy ladies besides... I know they have the Harpy archetype, but do they have more cards lately, or no? I need to look into that some more. Oh my god, she got more actions. Why? She doesn't need them. Why do they keep giving the Harpy ladies more actions? She already has 50. I swear, by the end of the game, the Harpy ladies are gonna have like an American flags with the stars on their stuff. I swear. It's gonna be the most insane looking thing ever. The most cracked design. All right, send our boy. We don't need to protect the fort anymore. Oh my god, I forgot Dark Magician is so slow. Hang on. I think what we'll do is we'll try to stop all of them and have them go one at a time into the fort, maybe? Oh, this might be tough for Tristan. This was pretty easy for... This is pretty easy for Mai, but for Tristan, this one might be tougher. We'll see. At least he's tanking the hits pretty well. Okay, let's go for Mystic Horseman this time. Let's see if there's a difference here. Oh god, that damage output is awful. Yeah, they are a lot more sturdy than I expected. I feel like work ethic, though, is one aspect of... Whether it doesn't matter if you're a game designer or an artist of, visual artist or whatever you do. I feel like good work ethic involves discipline and practice. As it was quoted once, is it better to be born good or to overcome your evils with great effort? And I feel like in many cases, it is proven that if we understand the things that we have our shortfalls in, and we work to overcome them, we are made better for it. So I definitely think that it's worth it at times to self-appraise and say, okay, yeah, I think this is where I need to improve. Discipline. I think discipline and good work ethic comes from being able to look at yourself and critically understand yourself. Because man, hard to do, but it's helpful. Especially on the design side. I think when you're sitting there designing a game, and you have to sit there and say, okay, is this working for me? Is this what I was aiming for? And sitting there and having to sit with yourself and say, okay, what do you actually want? And having the ethic to say, okay, I'm going to keep working at it. Hone the craft. It does make you feel better, too. Back to that confidence thing. It does. It fills your self-confidence to be able to tell yourself, yeah, this is working out nicely. It's good. I feel like it's hard to do that sometimes. I think especially when you have to sit there and tell yourself, I am good at what I do. Because it does feel hubristic to be able to say, yeah, I'm great at stuff. It does feel weird sometimes, but it's good for you. Man, Tristan's team is not cooking. They're not cooking. Poor guys, they do not ball. Okay, what I could do, thinking ahead. Okay. Man, the only downside we have right now is that all of our teams move really freaking slow. Like, all of them move so slow. Good gravy. Wait, what did that say? Wait. I need to go back and look at that fort really quick when I have a moment. Because I think you can buy the equipment for a healer. I need to go look at that again. Because if I can buy the ability to heal, even though it costs money, that would also be huge. Because knowing that it's there in the first place. Because I know the manual said we could, but I wasn't sure if it was something that came with each fort, or if it was something you had to buy. But if it's something we can buy, then that'd be huge. That'd be great to know, actually. And knowing how to do it would be really helpful, too. Need to look at it. Miss? Yeah, miss. Bleh. Might need to take a turn and heal? I mean, not really. The fight's... I don't think Tristan's going to the next fight anyway, so we can just let it go. This is fine. 1 damage. My god. How powerful. I wonder if they gave him the attack called Shredder on purpose because he kind of looks a little bit like Shredder. Even though it's just samurai armor. I don't know. It's a silly little thing, but... Sometimes I wonder if there are other people like me where they fit in weird, obscure references to random stuff whenever they can. Even in works that they don't really own 100%. It does make me wonder sometimes. Because I know I do that all the time. I include weird little references all the time. Most of the time there's stuff that's just like... There's such an obscure reference that I don't know if any of them would even make sense to anyone else, but... Okay, let me look really quick. Equipment. Anti-agar... Alright, so we do have healer... Watchtower, trade union. Prevents rising prices by making a trader always available. Replenish command. Interesting. Yeah, that's actually huge. That is actually rather impressive. Okay, now let's send... I'm just gonna send these 3 units in and see what happens. Because we might as well, you know? Time to fight. No one can stop me now. Aw, poor Joey is about to get cooked. I just saw that they're sending a unit outside of the castle. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, he has Red Eyes Black Dragon. Panther Warrior and... Is that Ryukishin powered? Holy crap, he's pulling out all the stops for this one. Okay, yeah, I could guess that... Yep, okay. I guess the funny thing is I actually want to go for Red Eyes first. I think if we knock out Red Eyes early, that is going to help us a lot. Otherwise, we are going to be in for a world of hurt if he gets to keep attacking. Panther Warrior is strong, but I think getting rid of Red Eyes means that we get rid of a big part of the fight. Ow. Does he just keeps shooting. Holy crap. Okay, the damage isn't too bad. That's not too bad. I guess the funniest thing about Panther Warrior is that he doesn't have to sacrifice anything to fight here, so he just gets to actually fight. Powered beam. That is just fire. That's straight fire. That hurts. Okay, I am going to heal... I'll blue medicine Illusory Gentleman. I don't want to, but I feel like if I don't, he'll get cooked, so... Man, this one's gonna be weird. Man, I just noticed how big the castle is in the background. Okay, real talk. Okay, look at the scale of the castle in the background. Like, okay, from this distance, do you have any idea how huge that must be if the doors are that big? That's insane. What do you mean the doors are that big? That, and also that tower in the back that's like monolithic. That's insane. What the heck is that scale? I'm trying to imagine a tower that large, and it terrifies me a little bit. It worries me. That is big building. Okay, Fizdiz might not keep all of her monsters at the end of the fight, but I think as long as we take out Red Eyes, we're fine. Actually, wait, no, we want to win the fight, so... We just need to cook. We just need to cook. It's fine. Critical. Okay, he's dead. Okay, I think I just want to heal our boy Gazelle. Ow. I feel like scale is another thing that sometimes can trip up a game designer. Like when you design a building or something and you don't consider the ramifications of making a building a certain size. I think one of the ones that gets me sometimes is RPG Maker's, frankly, bizarre habit of, here's a building of this size, and if you try to make the building of the exact same size internally, it doesn't quite make sense, you know? So you usually have to scale up the building, but in those cases, the best thing you can do for yourself is to work off of proportions. So, the basic math stuff, it's like if you forgot or don't know, basically, like, if you draw a rectangle that is, 4 on the long side, 2 on the short side, if it's like, okay, if you want to represent that in the same dimensions, if you double, triple, or quadruple the sides in terms of their length, then you'd get the exact same proportions on the shape, just a bigger size. I've actually had to do that a lot in RPG Maker. It's one thing I've gotten quite good at, is apply 50% modifier to a building so that you can make it's the same shape but not the same size. Because sometimes the building does not feel as big on the inside as it does on the outside if you don't make it larger. And it's kind of silly, but a lot of RPGs do this too, where they have to make the inside of a building larger than it could feasibly be from the outside. Okay, where did that other monster go? We might be fine, but I don't know. Okay, thankfully Ryukishin did not guard at all, so that's fine. That would have been problematic if he did. Thankfully that counts no matter what. Apparently so guarding doesn't raise your defenses against status ailments. Okay. Probably good to know for later if an enemy uses the same tactic, where they start using the same moves and do the same ability. Because that would suck. That would suck a lot if I didn't know that sort of thing and got cooked because I tried to guard an attack. I feel like guarding is a weird thing in games now because RPGs have evolved the mechanic so often that it feels like you think defending would be an easy thing to explain, but sometimes games have such different ideas for what it does and how it works. Because some games you guard, you block all status ailments. Some games you don't. Some games you guard and you get a higher chance to dodge attacks. Sometimes you guard and all it does is lower the damage you take. It's like guarding itself is such a weird skill to understand that it doesn't quite make sense. It's like the way that it functions is so different in every game And not even considering like action role-playing games where blocking or parrying or, you know, all those sorts of things exist. Defense is such a weird move in every genre. Guard and get HP. Yeah, some games you guard and get HP, so it's like Dragoon, where it's like, so it's weird sometimes when you consider how every game handles it differently, and you have to like build an encyclopedia in your head. It's actually something I've had to consider multiple times with games, is that I have to go through my own memories and knowledge and remember, okay, this game asks you to do this, this, and this. Like, even the difference between this game, like, and Final Fantasy IX, guarding, attacking comes with different caveats. Items feel different, fundamentally. There are so many different things that are just so different between every game. So you have to remember all these differences, and sometimes it's a lot. Sometimes it's a lot to deal with. Okay, we got Enno back. Cool. Pull back for now. We'll finish this later, Yugi. Red Eyes Beat Dragon has joined your army. Oh, we lost Joey. We still don't have Joey back. Interesting. That's someone special. Oh, so if I beat Joey with... Apparently if I beat Joey with Maya, I get a monster. Cool. Some help from Kaiba. Yugi manages to fight off Joey's army, but Joey remains under Scout's control. Joey leads what remains of his army into the Yuruvi Canyon and prepares for a final battle. The strain of having to face his friend again is almost too much for Yugi to bear when Mai asks to speak to him. Yugi, let me handle Joey, please. Mai. I'm gonna slap him so hard it'll break whatever mind control he's under. Honestly, fair and funny, so we'll do that. 6 of 8 marshals. I mean, Is it bad I almost don't want to bring Mako because I feel like he's gonna die? Granted, it would be funny, so we'll bring him along. Yeah, we'll bring him along. It'll be fun. Alrighty, let's see. Info. Are there any items I need to respec? Don't think so. Nope. Okay, we're good. We're solid. I just realized that Yugi's orb changes color all the time. So I'm wondering if... Okay, so we should probably stop for now, because we're... No, I pressed start! I'm an idiot. Oh, god dang it. I think it's because I saw I had 5 minutes and said, oh yeah, I can play one more. I didn't even save either, so I have to win. I have to win now. Okay. Craw Valley. Okay, so we're gonna send... Team Command. We'll send Mai out right away. Okay, let me... God dang it. I feel like such a fool for just not thinking when I press the button. And you know what? I know exactly what I did. I pressed start because I thought that was... Because I know my brain immediately thought, oh yeah, pause button. Duh. Because that makes sense. Okay, let's send... Bazon was taken by the enemy. Yep. Send Taya and Simon to go get that. I think I'll just have Mai go straight for the jugular, as it were. There's kind of no reason for me to wait on that. Actually, come to think of it, I might as well just send everybody I can. Why not? Because we might as well just see what we can do. Let's just go do that we'll just go really quick. We might be able to win this one fast if we go quickly. We'll see. Okay, this guy is... Yeah, that's a team. Ow. Okay, well, I guess we get a bonus mission because I clicked wrong. We'll do it. Alright. We win these. I think some part of me also figured that this fight wouldn't be that long, but... I don't know. Kind of silly. Oh boy. We'll say the end of this month is looking very cool for releases. I'm excited for this, both Sonic Racing Cross Worlds and specifically also Silent Hill F. Like, both of those are going to be really cool. It's funny that they're coming out the same day. I think it's going to be very silly. I might make a bonus stream to play some of them on day of, but we'll see. Personally, I'm of the mind that it'll probably just be, I'll do my Sunday stream as usual, and it'll be fine. But it'll depend, we'll see. Definitely one of those we wait and see sorts of things. Let's see, I should probably talk schedule stuff while I'm thinking about it. Tomorrow, Final Fantasy IX, I have done no grinding off stream, so I am still going to need to get body temp sometime tomorrow. And we'll need to probably start the stream with grinding, which is kind of sad. I don't like starting a stream with that, but kind of need to, because we're kind of stuck right now. Because that particular fight we ran into at the end of last stream just kind of cooked me. So unfortunately, it is a necessity. And then need to see to some other. There's some other battles we need to win there. So I do kind of want to look up what the side quests I missed in Final Fantasy IX are. Probably after we finish the game, just because I'm curious how much I could have missed on one run. You know, it seriously is a curiosity of mine. If I genuinely missed like half the game just because I was walking with the story. Oh, good lord, he died. He died. That crit was important. Holy crap. Okay, cool. Crit mattered, I guess. Okay. Nice. Pretty good. All right. Oh, that was just an enemy in the field. Yeah, we'll just send Mai around. We'll go deal with that. Okay, she's not gonna clip the side, is she? No, she's not. Okay, cool. Okay. Alright, everything looks like it's going according to plan, so that's good. Nice. It's nice when a plan comes together. Is that Armored Lizard? Yeah, that's Armored Lizard. Oh, that's the first time we've seen him all game. Okay, cool. Sounds silly, but it's nice when I recognize a monster from, you know, like when I played the card game as a kid, you know, when you're thinking about childhood friends, as it were. There are a lot of normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! That you ended up using a lot as a kid, you know? It's like, if you were playing Playground Yu-Gi-Oh!, you probably had a large stack of normal type monsters that you just had them because they were the cards you had. Because we couldn't really be choosy about our cards, you know? It was like, okay, we got our packs, we got our cards, and then we had to play with what we had. I was one of the rare kids on the playground who never traded their cards because I didn't really like the idea of giving up the cards I had. I would show them off though. I definitely liked showing off Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Does anyone have a favorite, like normal, like old school monster? I know one of the ones that I really liked back in the day, it was sort of like my Karibo, was Woodland Sprite. It was sort of the Karibo of my deck. I kept it in because it was like the mascot. I was also one of the few kids who owned Akibio Drakmord and knew how it worked. And it was annoying. It was basically pacifism, for those who know about that card in Magic. It's basically pacifism, but then it also destroys after 3 turns. It is annoying. It is an annoying freaking card. It was quite good, but it was one of those few cards where you equip your opponent's stuff. And most people didn't really understand why you'd equip your opponent's monster or something. So definitely helps when you can throw someone off with that. Oh, jeez. Remember that card? Yeah, it's like Akibio Drakmord. I had Woodland Sprite. I had a good number of copies of Axe of Despair. I kept one of them in my deck because I think at the time it was limited to 1 or banned for part of its life. Because 1,000 attack points was pretty good. But of course, I know that my school did if it's banned, you just do 1 copy. And only in middle and high school did people start giving a crap about the ban list. which was kind of interesting. It was an interesting evolution over time, truly. And then I think I know one card that almost never showed up until, I'd like to say it's the end of middle school. And I think I might have been one of the first ones to get a copy, Mirror Force. Mirror Force is one card that nobody owned when I was a kid. Like, nobody could find one. Mucus Yoke or Raging Flame Sprite are my fun cards. Raging Flame Sprite is quite excellent, all things considered, man. That's a good one. That is actually quite good. Alright. Unfortunately, Kairu Shin does not get the ball. What a shame, truly. Mucus Yoke is pretty good, too. But yeah, I think that I do often consider the cards that I had as a kid, but I know that it's interesting because regionally, some people had access to some other cards than others did, and I was the only one who got a Mirror Force at a time. Because I had gotten the Structure Deck Merrick, and I actually played it at a... For some reason, it was at basically a sleepover at a church. It was like a lock-in. I just remember I brought the deck with me, and I played against a guy who I was just like, oh, this deck is wild. Oh, is that you? Oh, I get to fight. We're fighting. Yeah, he lost Red Eyes, so now he has Panther Warrior. So he has Panther Warrior, both words same, combined with Twin Swords. Yeah. Okay, so he has he has Tiger Axe now. Okay, let's see. Weakest one on the field is Ryukishin Powered. Okay, got it. Weeball. I know that technically going for the one who does the most damage would be the best would be like really good, but I kind of recognize that if I attack an opponent that won't go down quickly, then I won't be able to take out an enemy, which I think is more important in this fight. It's just removing enemies from the battle overall, rather than specifically getting rid of the best ones on the field. Though I think getting rid of Panther Warrior would be probably the best move, but I think get rid of Ryukishin because he's easy to get rid of, and then start working on Panther Warrior, and then we'll be golden. Yeah, but I think that there's a lot of cards that if you go per person, there's probably a number of cards that people didn't even realize were around because they just never saw them in person. Especially if you only played the card game and didn't know the anime. Because if you knew the anime, you knew that Mirror Force was, like, really good. And you knew that Yugi had it, Kaiba... I think Kaiba had one? I don't remember. I think I know a bunch of people had Mirror Force in the anime, though. It was just a thing that everybody had. Okay, I'm gonna Blue Medicine now, because we kind of need it. But there was a number of cards where if you watched the anime and you knew about it, it was a pain that you couldn't find any. And then there were cards like... I also like Mirror Wall. Mirror Wall is really good. That one's a classic card. Mirror Wall is quite good. I remember in the Game Boy video game, there was a enemy who would use that card. And it was the most annoying thing to deal with because there wasn't a whole lot of removal in the Game Boy Advance era of Yu-Gi-Oh games. I need to find it, because it was like one of those Academy games. I forget what it was called. I need to look it up at some point. But it was basically... The TLDR is that since the ban list was early 2000s, there wasn't a whole lot of spell and trap removal. And I think by that point, if I'm not mistaken, Heavy Storm and Giant Tornado would have been banned, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Which would have been awful to deal with. Which it's just awful to deal with. Because that era in particular, trying to get cards to get rid of spells and traps was pain. I think the best you could get maybe was your one copy of Mystical Space Typhoon. Maybe. Nowadays we have like Harpy's Feather Duster and Raigeki are unbanned, so you just have them. I never even saw one when I was growing up, though. I know that I got packs, but I never really got cards like that, though. Okay, I think the plan right now is to break through Panther Warrior's defenses and just try to cook him. The objective is simple. We destroy him. Yeah, there's a lot of great cards, though, that... I know that's one thing I kind of want to do someday, is do a mini-series of playing through, like, an old Yu-Gi-Oh game. I know that one of the ones I considered was resetting my save file on Spirit Caller, but I also had the realization that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Spirit Caller, it's kind of a longer game because you actually go through the classroom stuff because it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, so you have to do all the classroom hubbub, but also because that game has, to put it nicely, it has one of the most stupid glitches where basically you can glitch the game out and because you're supposed to buy packs of cards with points that you win from dueling, but if you use this particular glitch, you can actually basically buy out every single pack in the game and 100% the card decks and get as many as you want, and you can really just run the table and that stuff without having to do all the grinding. And it means that basically you're not limited by your cards ever. And I don't know if I would want to play Spirit Caller with that glitch around, because I know that I would be tempted to use it all the time, because it's not hard. It's literally just hold 2 buttons, do like a deselect unselect thing, and then select all the packs, and then you just get them. It's really easy to do. It's painful. I know the Game Boy Advance game had some fun duels. It didn't have a story per se, but it was just fun to play. It is also amazing if you ever go through Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. It is amazing how long the same sound effects have been in the video games, where like select noises and summoning noises carried out through like the DS era until I think maybe Legacy the Duelist changed them and modified them. Because I think it was the whole DS era had pretty much the same, just like slightly, modified effects from the Game Boy and PlayStation era. Joey, are you good? Win. Take that and that. Joey, what's going on? Good, he's free as Scott's mind control. So what's happening? Did I miss anything? No, you didn't miss anything, not at all. It's a good thing it's a good thing for you I was here to help. Did I ever need your help? Right, must be thinking of somebody else. Just glad you're safe now. Aw. Everyone acting so weird. Alright, well we got Panther Warrior and we won, so... Hey, bonus mission. Wait, that one only took like 15 minutes, are you serious? Yeah, I started at 5 to 11. No one knows where Bakura is. He initiates a frantic search. They're attacked and thrown in confusion by enemy forces. Vaxi Island. The main base of the resistance has fallen to an unknown enemy. Fewer number and surprised by the attack, the resistance is unable to continue fighting. Yugi quickly leads his force over the gig and steps straight to Vaxi, only to face yet another surprise. I'm gonna guess it's Bakura. Alrighty. Return. I need to return really quick. Okay, am I good? Oh, I can save. Okay, cool. Override data. Alright, sick. Okay, so that one actually took like 15 minutes. Like the first couple missions took 40 to 50 minutes. This one took about 15 because we just were able to send Mai straight in. That was easy. All right, cool. So, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. So Thursday, tomorrow, we're playing Final Fantasy IX. I don't know how much further we have to go. It kind of feels like we're in the final areas, but I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue where we are. And Sunday, we're doing a bit of a weird one. I'm actually going to go back and finish Super Mario World. And then with the rest of stream, I'm going to check out a game that I saw in the Super Nintendo library called Stunt Race FX. Because I saw its graphics and thought, okay, I need to go look up how they did this and talk about it on stream. Because I'm flabbergasted. For this era, with these graphics, amazing. Very amazing. Alrighty, cool. So thank you all. Alright. I should get better about rating, so I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look and see who's on. Ooh, excuse me. I'm like, ugh, I'm kind of gross right now. Oh, jeez. Also, I've been shedding like a fiend lately. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, like, hair's been falling out. I don't know. Going crazy, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm pulling too many hairs because I'm like going crazy. Alrighty. Let's see. Mute desktop audio. Where do I want to go? I guess do I want to go is the question. You know what? I should probably go to bed. I actually just realized. No, you know what I just realized? I probably shouldn't raid out because I have to work on some last minute game stuff so I can start something tomorrow. That's right. Okay. So now whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.